Being here is a great opportunity. We welcome out to our regular meeting of May 12th, and for the record, it is 1:07. If you'll call roll, please.
Mayor Barrone?
Present.
Councilmember Hahn?
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Here.
Councilmember Cantu?
Here.
If you all would stand, Steve, would you, Mr. Kennebeck, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Excuse me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you just remain standing for a brief moment of silence. I know we have Councilman Peralta out and with a few issues, and just wish that he'd come back soon. And all those in our community that continue to have issues, that they may be resolved. Thank you. Council, approval of the agenda?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, call for the vote.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go on to awards and recognitions. We have our HR director in the room. There she is. Employee of the month.
Good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to call Emilio to the podium. So today, I am honored to present Emilio with the Employee of the Month for the month of May. The Employee Recognition Team has selected Emilio because he has been an employee for over 14 years with the town of Taos. Right now he serves as the public service aide, and he serves as a liaison between the community and the Taos Police Department. He is often called upon to assist with traffic control, countless other community events that we hold, and he handles every situation with the utmost respect to our constituents. He has exceptional customer service, knowledge of the job, hardworking skills, and his helpful nature make him a valued asset for the town of Taos. And they are perfect examples of his professionalism and devotion to the service of our community. So, congratulations, Emilio. So, we'd like to present him with this plaque. Congratulations. Emilio also gets a gift card and a paid day off.
Speech, sir.
Go to the Ojo on that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mr. Garcia, the mic's here if you'd like. You know, it's great to be able to honor our employees as we move forward. You know, we have some great employees in the town of Taos, and it gives me great pride also to honor two other employees that we have. Mr. Leo Valencia, if he'd come up, and Miss Madelyn Barney. And let me just tell you a little bit about their accomplishments. You know, they have a big rodeo, and this rodeo is a national rodeo all around the country, and it's a rodeo that really tests their skills in their driving ability. And these two have accomplished and are accomplished drivers in our community, one in van and one in bus. So they actually get to qualify to go to the I guess it's a national competition in Florida. Tampa Bay. So I just really want to recognize that we have some of the best drivers in the community, not only in the community, in the nation, that are going to be competing in the nation. So I really like to give them a little certificate, and hopefully we have some out of travel expenses that we'd like to make sure they get to compete in those Florida competitions. And so I just want to recognize Mr. Leo Valencia. Thank you. And Miss Barney. Thank you.
It's kind of a rodeo going through the handshake.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
So just want to, keep doing what you guys are doing. You're accomplishing a lot. We're moving forward. Thank you. Appreciate it. So next we'll move on to Citizens Forum. Citizens wishing to speak shall have the opportunity to do so for 5 minutes. No action will be taken. If you have an agenda item, there'll be opportunities under that agenda item if you wish to speak. If there's not an agenda item, you just want to bring something forward, we'd love to hear it at this time. Go ahead. Whoever would like to just state your name for the record. And
for the record, my name is David Fernandez of Taos, and what I'm talking about now is kind of related to an agenda item coming up, but unfortunately I need to be elsewhere online, so I won't be able to be here during that time. So I'll take this couple of minutes here to just a very brief, short expression. I'm David Fernandez, and again I want to congratulate my fellow people from the Taos Transit Division, Leo and Madelyn, for the great accomplishment they've done. And they're an example of the excellence that is to be found in the Taos Transit Department, as well as in all the town departments here. The employees of Taos in every department, and especially the transit department, because I also pertain to that, are just about the best you find anywhere. And so all the townspeople, the mayor, the council, everybody here should be extremely proud of the excellence which is to be found here. My point here briefly, Mayor, is that I want to start by thanking you and members of the council and people from the NCRTD and others who've been able to participate in the meetings we've been having regarding the proposed transfer of Taos Chili Line to the NCRTD. I just want to state very simply my own opinion personally. It may or may not reflect that of the others, is that for the record, I am not in favor of the proposed transfer of Taos Chili Line Transit to the NCRTD. To me, a Taoseño who will always stick up for Taos and Taoseños, it's like giving another piece of Taos away. That's all I'm saying very simply. I do thank you for listening to the concerns of all who are involved in this issue. Sincerely yours, and always at your service. Well, you all know who I am, David Fernandez of Taos, and I will always stick up for Taos. I do in different ways. I'm a member of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, preserving the heritage and the culture of the Taos, Santa Fe, Rio Arriba County areas. I'm involved here in many, many other ways in preserving and building up and perpetuating those special things which make Taos area what it is. one thing that is special once again is the spirit and the excellence that you find in all the Taos departments here who work with the town of Taos and in the county. And this is something I will always speak up for, no matter from what forum I'm speaking, whether it may be as it's been before, as an elected official, perhaps again sometimes, who knows, the other ways that I do it right now. The people of Taos can always count on me, David Fernandez of Taos, to stick up for us. And that's why I feel so strongly about this particular point. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thanks,
David. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Janet Gabriel. I'm the director of the Skating Club of Taos. And this is Judy Pearson, and she is a 9-time gold medalist in skating, in dancing, and in artistic presentations. And she's one of our coaches. We have several coaches. All of our coaches are volunteers. And we want to say that we are so grateful to you for letting us have the ice. And the ice is quite inexpensive here in Taos, and we are so pleased to have that wonderful price because we could not do it without your help. So thank you. And Judy has passed around a few of the tempos that have covered our ice shows, and we work also with the hockey club, which is going to present in a moment, and we work hand in hand, and our little skaters sometimes go on to compete in the hockey club, and sometimes our skaters are just beautiful skaters for all of us, for Taos. And I'm not sure what else you want me to say, but I'm so happy just letting you know that we exist and that we want to keep growing. Our last show was The Wizard of Oz. We had 58 skaters in that show. And we're thrilled to get a chance to help people learn how to skate so that they will be safe on the ice. And so we not only help our own figure skaters, but we also have worked with the young hockey skaters and teaching them how to skate. And we've also are working with 3 different schools. Judy has worked with Taos Academy, and then we've also worked with Anansi, and all schools are invited to come to have lessons with our club. And we also offer a very reasonable rate for lessons for that. So thank you.
I want to thank you and the organization for really stepping up and helping with our community. It's awesome when we have people that step up and do, especially for the youth. It is, I mean, you know, it's everything. You know, there are leaders of tomorrow, and when we have our youth really step up and people willing to help. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mayor Barrone. And you might notice that there's quite a few young people in those photographs.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have 2 copies of it. I thought it was great. They're great photographs. Thanks very much for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe you guys can teach me to speak on this. I will.
All of you adults, come see me in November.
Yay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's awesome. One of my biggest influences in my life was a skating coach when I was 4 years old. I have stories.
Thank you again. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Mary Elizabeth Noss. I'm here on behalf of the Taos Farmers Market. I'm also a vendor and owner of Sacred Heart Culinary Art, and this is my peer Dana Blair, who represents Geography, and we're both current vendors in the Taos Farmers Market. We're here on the issue of the recent article in the Taos News about contesting having the market between 8 and 12 at the Plaza. We ask that the market continues to stay there and that you consider the vendors and local growers also trying to make a living in Taos. We understand that a lot of the merchants are upset and feel their business is being affected, but we ask you, when you make this decision, to make it objectively, to think of the community, all those involved who are working hard to have a market, and to think about sales data from those merchants on Saturday mornings between 10 and 12, and also really think how much are they losing in sales compared to having a market that supports local growers, local vendors, and, you know, bringing customers and community to the plaza, which is usually the intention of having a town center or a plaza area to sell your goods. So we ask that you keep us there, and thank you for your time, and consider that. Dana?
I would just like to piggyback on what Casey has to say, respectfully asking that we can stay in the plaza. I do feel that a farmer's market is such a community building experience, and it's just a shame that it feels like instead of coming together, we're kind of all being torn apart. I know that the farmers market has offered booth spaces to local businesses on the plaza to come out and be a part of the farmers market and incorporate them, and has also we have a liaison that speaks regularly with the business owners trying to smooth those waters, and I just feel like it really has to add value to the plaza by attracting more locals, and not just keeping it as a tourist kind of area. I hope that we're able to stay. I do think it will add a lot to that area.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you very much.
This is going to be kind of odd, but it's still
It's good.
Push that chair.
You want to set it up here? So we'll just okay. So I'll start by trying to help a little bit. So, well, I'll just do the introduction and then you run away with it. So, TISA, this is a TISA class, and you guys are, what grade are you, Naomi? Sixth grade. So they did this wonderful project for the chief, came in and painted some really cool art seasons, right, Chief? Each season, and had his favorite dog, Sparky, in each picture. And they did this art project. So then I asked Naomi if she'd be interested in helping out the town of Taos create an IC board, an instant command board, by taking a piece of plywood and creating the streets in the town of Taos on the board with this class. And with that, they would learn about the town, scale. They built their own little cars that you can place on the streets. They're going to show you all that. So I commissioned them to do this project, and I'll let you take over.
Hello, everyone. Sergeant Davis commissioned the 6th grade class at TISA to create a command control center. This would be a tool that was used for training and preparation of events and events. It sounded like a really big project, but we took it on. And now let's present the police officers and positions our command control center. Oh, wait. Actually, this is what we should be showing first. We are representing every police officer and public service in here. They're for serving and protecting Taos.
built all these vehicles out of clay, of course. And the idea of this, we can lay it down on a table, and officers or town administrators, we can gather around this table and plan out events like concerts. We have, if the gas goes out and we have to figure out how we're going to handle that, we use this board, all sorts of different reasons for it. So, and we're hoping to maybe do another project maybe next year.
So like little fire trucks.
Yes, right.
Little police.
The students made them. Look at this helicopter.
The medevac.
Medevac. Woo, and even an airplane. Look at that.
Some limos, sparkly limos for, you know, those special events, VIPs.
Exactly. Oh, that's right. Yeah. We'll land that on sales. So we're hoping to do another project this next school year and do maybe a close-up of the Plaza.
Yeah.
And that way we can use it, because that's kind of the center of town for person. But I think it was, did you enjoy yourself?
It was a lot of work, but we had fun.
Did you guys enjoy yourself?
Yeah.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Down this way? Well, I have to be on the side to get carried out.
They put it down. Oh, and then these are the fingerprints.
That's nice.
For the police.
All right. We'll take that there.
Oh, is it easier on here?
You okay? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. I'd like to thank those youth that were involved. It's great when we have our youth involved, and the teachers, thank you. Thank you for this. Appreciate it. Our officer for becoming involved with the youth. Thanks. It's really community coming together for these type of projects. So thanks again.
It's going to be hard to compete with. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Randy Archuleta. I'm the president of Taos Youth Hockey Association. I also know many of you as my role of Dean of Instruction at UNM-Taos. We just came, and this is a board member, Melissa Naylor, secretary of the board. We also have President David Taylor, they're a member of our board. We came to say thank you, just as the ice skating program did. We represent hockey, youth hockey here in Taos. Our affordable ice costs and negotiations with the town have made a great community here. I think you know Fritz, for your grandson's involved in hockey as well. That has provided great service for our youth of our community. We're well known in the state of New Mexico and outside the state as providing quality hockey. We've brought a number of state championships to Taos as well for our high school and for other levels of competition. We provide hockey tournaments that bring in quite a lot of people, thousands of people to the Taos community who room and board here to attend our ice tournaments. We just wanted to say thank you for the Youth and Family Center, not just for all the services it provides, but especially for those of us that are hockey moms. And if you know anything about hockey moms, we have a lot of pride in our sport. And the rink provides a great opportunity for the thousands of volunteers throughout the state. But in Taos, we have loyal volunteers who provide thousands of hours. You're sitting with two of them right now who spend hours and hours hosting tournaments, scoring games, and so forth for the youth of this community, and wanted to say thank you.
I just wanted to add a couple details. I've been in hockey for about 6 years, Randy quite a bit longer. It's been an incredible addition to my son's life. It's really helped him with structure. It's helped him make friends. Because of the affordable ice, we've been able to create a scholarship program which helps children that are less fortunate. It is very affordable, but it's even more affordable for those children. It's also a great way to keep children off the streets and out of trouble. Hockey is it goes everywhere from, I think, 5 years old to 19 to graduating from high school, and it's just a great community opportunity for all of our kids. One last thing I wanted to say about the rink itself, Rocky Mountain Youth Hockey, which is a big outfit out of Colorado, one of their players or one of their boys that they train as a AAA player on the Front Range, and that means one of the best of the best. Well, he played here. His father drove 2 hours back and forth from Alamosa 3 times a week for his son to come down here to play. And he did an online review, and they asked him what his favorite rink was anywhere in the United States that he had played. And he said Taos rink because of the beautiful view, the scenery, the people, and they showed a bunch of pictures of our rink online. So it's very cool. So thank you very much for all of the support. We're a one-of-a-kind program anywhere in the U.S. with some of the most affordable ice anywhere in the U.S. So
we take your generosity in working with us and providing affordable ice and provide that back to the community by offering I think the lowest cost program in the state. For participants, hockey is not an inexpensive sport with the equipment, so the inexpensive ice and the ability to provide that for all students and all kids in the community is a great asset. I have 3 kids in the program. I know we provide students. We have a student who had an all-expense-paid trip to USC, to Harvard, out of our Ice Tigers. So we provide back and we keep kids off the street. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hahn.
Thanks, Doc. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
My son was a hockey player, so I know. Melissa?
So, Dr. Archuleta and Melissa, before you leave the public purview, as a grandpa of a hockey player, I just want to thank you and all of the staff. And 99% of the staff are volunteer parents, high schoolers, probably some middle schoolers. I have a special needs grandson who was pretty, he was kind of alone out there, didn't have many friends and stuff like that. And he saw Mr. Liam Bowden at Touch-A-Truck playing tennis ball hockey there, and he ran up to his daddy and said, "Daddy, I want to do that." And he didn't know how to skate. It was November. He had no idea. He couldn't skate. And this program, with all our volunteers, moms and dads and kids, not only taught him how to skate, but socialization skills improved. He now gets a monthly hockey magazine, which he can't wait for, and he reads it cover to cover. He can't wait to get going on rollerblade hockey. And as a grandparent, I just want to make sure those insurance premiums are paid up. But what a fantastic program. I got to tell you, it's brought tears to my eyes on more than one occasion. 8 a.m. Sunday morning, there you are with other frozen parents. And what a gift, what a jewel. And it's because of the community efforts. I want to thank Mr. Greer, all the kind and gentle staff over there, sharpening skates and getting kids outfitted, but especially all the moms and dads and the volunteer coaches, the volunteer referees. Some of these folks don't have family, but they come because they enjoy hockey, skating, and most of all, they enjoy the kids. So I'm so grateful for this cost-effective and highly productive program. And if it can work wonders with a special needs boy like my wonderful grandson, gosh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, here we go with another community opportunity that really comes together. Mr. Greer, thank you and your staff for working with these volunteers and for our youth that continue to move forward in our community. Thank you.
I'll be brief. We have a lot of business to do. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bellis, I'm Harvey Yoakum, the Executive Director at Stray Hearts Animal Shelter. I want to give you a quick update on where we are and acknowledge a couple of things that are going on. We've had some huge successes of late with most of you are aware of our overpopulation of animals that have been in the shelter in excess of 2 years. With the new programs that we instituted at the shelter, 44 of the 54 that we started with are now in homes. It was a huge undertaking and a risk to take on a program that's different than anything in the country. We developed a model for training and redeveloping these animals and getting them in a place where they could be in homes. 99 out of 100 animals that come in the shelter come in with an issue. They've been abandoned, abused, neglected, had to fend for themselves. They're just not the little fluffy puppy dog you would expect to walk in and adopt. The work that our staff and volunteers have put in have made all this possible, and we are so grateful for all of their hard work. We're grateful to the town of Taos for your continued support. Without you, the shelter can't make it. While we constantly struggle with our financial situation and the model that we're working with, we know that we are going to come together as a community, as the town and also the county of Taos and the surrounding communities, to once and for all create a creative funding program that will make the shelter viable for the long term. We think we have it on a path that will take us there. We think that we have the right people in leadership roles that can help us to once and for all resolve the animal issues in Taos County. And we call them animal issues. I call them people issues. The animals are fine. It's really the people that we need to work with. We have a new ordinance that we've been working on, and I'm excited about that. But with the ordinance comes some responsibility of our leadership to do an outreach. When this ordinance becomes effective, the outreach to the community has to be every household in Taos County with information about what they're going to be responsible for as pet owners and what we consider to be the minimum in humane and compassionate care for animals. If we can get this message out and start a program of low and no-cost spay-neuter, we can reduce the intake to the shelter and finally come to a place where the shelter is viable. The average animal in the shelter right now rotates about 14 days. So from the time they come into the shelter till the time they're out, it's about 14 days. Huge improvement. And if we can get our older animals out of there, the rotation drops, the cost model drops, we're able to then have the funding to bring the shelter to a place that it needs to be as a public shelter. So for that, I thank you. I wanted to acknowledge real quick one of your own, your ACO, Linda Sanchez. Linda has done a phenomenal job as the ACO. She works with us. She collaborates with us. She has taken a very active role in handling animal welfare from a very professional standpoint, and that is dealing with the public, making sure that the public is treated with dignity and respect, but also that the animals are as well. She's eager to learn, and her department, I have to give Chief Weaver and his department accolades as well, because the cooperation, when you bring an animal in at 2 o'clock in the morning, how do you handle that? When you have a dog that's hit by a car, what's the proper way to deal with that? And they have embraced the shelter and our protocols and procedures and allowed us to be more professional and more compassionate in how we handle these animals. So for that, we are extremely grateful. Last thing I have is that we go back to the funding part. Our annual radiothon, which is our largest fundraiser, is occurring this Thursday, May 14th. We're on KNCE radio this year at 93.5, and we would appreciate all the support we could get that day. This is huge for us. As you know, our fundraisers really help us bridge the gap to keep the shelter operating, and the alternatives are not real good. So tell your friends and neighbors and pass the word, post it on your Facebook pages, and we really, really need a good day. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harvey, I want to say thank you so much for taking your time in your day to come over here and give us an update. I wish, we'd get more updates like this from all the organizations. That was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. We'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, for those of you that don't know Linda, our animal control officer, she's right there.
We are under Citizens Forum. Is there anybody else that would? Commissioner?
No, I'm not here as a commissioner today.
Okay.
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bellis, Katie. Hi, Floyd. I'm here today as the district administrator for the northern part of the state for Little League, and I'm happy to I'm very pleased to let you guys know that Taos will be hosting the District 4 district tournament for Little League in the month of July, which maybe it doesn't sound like a lot, but we've already secured 75 rooms for 5 nights with possibility of one more. It'll be over 2 weekends. The junior girls will play the weekend of the 27th, 28th of June. And the rest of the Little League will start on Sunday, July 5th, and it'll work all through that week. With this brings back Little League at the grand scale, since former district administrator Miranda Quintana, hiding in the back, was able to bring some big state tournaments and stuff, and that's our goal. With a little bit of work after this week and some hopeful improvements, we'll be able to bring another state tournament or two your way next year. That's my goal right now. So special thanks to the Little League board that put it together at the last minute, Jason Silva and his crew. They've worked really hard for the last 3-4 weeks, and we'll be opening up, I understand, here next weekend. And so Little League is alive and well in Taos. When it was just about to die a quick death, they resurrected it, and we've both seen the highs and lows of Little League over the years and everything, and just pleased to make that announcement today.
One thing I just wanted to add, the last time that Taos hosted a state tournament for Little League, we ended up bringing in gross receipts tax, only gross receipts tax with no modifiers, $252,000. So just so that you know the impact of a tournament like that to the community.
And then think about the 75 rooms for the 5 nights. That's pretty significant. Mm-hmm. Grandmothers, fathers, players, everybody will be here, and it's an honor to be able to bring it, and it's an honor to, we were talking about volunteers. Little League is 100% volunteer from top to the bottom.
Mr. Mayor, Jim, thank you. Miranda, thank you guys for all the services that Little League provides to our kids. It's America's favorite pastime and still mine. So
sure is.
I would like to say, Mr. Mayor and Council, that as we move through the process of adding more events to the venue of the park, especially for-profit events that charge a ticket price or do something to receive profit, I would ask that we find some way, either by ordinance or resolution, to charge some type of a beautification fee that can go back into beautification of the park, and that's maintaining it, which includes the Little League fields. I know every year a tremendous amount of volunteer work goes into just getting those fields ready, so that the kids have an opening day and a season to play on. But again, I know we do so much for youth activities, but I think as we go through the process of allowing more events to utilize our park, that especially the for-profits pay some type of a beautification fee. So thank you guys, and any assistance that I can lend personally to seeing Little League succeed, please let me know.
And just so you know, with the I don't know how far out your calendars go, but the state tournaments are generally starting July 10th, somewhere around there, that second weekend in July, and going either that weekend or the following one. So your calendar, if you could block those off for us with the full week this next year, I would really appreciate that, and that would go a lot to helping us secure a state tournament or something beyond. There's even an outside chance that we're going to get a regional junior girls tournament, which encompasses all the 9 states of our region. They love our field. We just got transportation issues to work out. Santa Fe is willing to give it up. I've put in the bid for it. It's not going to be cheap, but it's great exposure to our community.
To Jim, Miranda, thank you. Thank you for the board. I know for years I coached, and I love the youth when they're out there playing in those opportunities. So again, if you guys need any additional help, hands on the ground, call me. I'm willing to help. I think our youth are so important in our community.
Will do.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fambro, in regards to the rumors of your retirement, there's no words for all the thanks this community owes you for all the years of service, all the improved services you put in here, and the dedication to make this town a better place.
I surrounded myself with a lot of good guys, and that made it real easy. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. We were hoping that just was a rumor. Anybody else under Citizens Forum? Mr. Cordova, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I can approach and give you some information.
Sure, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bellis, Mr. Lopez, Madam Clerk, thank you for allowing me this time under the Citizens Forum to address you. I just wanted to give you a brief report and probably ask to be on the agenda to give more of a formal report and maybe formal thank you to all those involved from my company, DMC Broadcasting. As you know, our 14th annual Mother's Day celebration took place this last weekend. And despite the horrible weather that we had on Saturday, as you see by the pictures, I just emailed, thank you, Madam Clerk and IT staff for getting the pictures up on the screen. Saturday made up for it. And I think the highlight of the afternoon on Sunday made up for it, was when Mr. Mayor, you and your beautiful mother came up and did a beautiful proclamation. It was a heart-touching proclamation where Mr. Al Hurricane and Al Hurricane Jr., his son, collectively over 100 years of performing music for this state of New Mexico and the Southwest and the United States, have decided to retire. And the most touching, one of the most touching ceremonies that I've seen, and when Mr. Al Hurricane and his son Al Hurricane Jr. started, the tears started flowing, and you would see members in the audience, just the tears coming down as you were reading the proclamation. That just makes all the work that we put into this, the hard blood, sweat, and tears, worth it. And we really want to extend our sincere appreciation to the town of Taos for the support that you have given this event. All the staff, the manager, Mr. Bellis, thank you for all of your assistance throughout the process, being very responsive and assisting us throughout this. The finance department, of course, making sure we're following all the procedures. The parks department, a phenomenal job that the parks department did. Mr. Gilbert Martinez, I believe is his last name, Gilbert, did a phenomenal job. We understand everything went out great. Couple of minor instances afterwards that we had to do a couple of little repairs, but nothing significant. I understand those have been done, but just want to reiterate French's department as well for the bus service. I think we just need to get a little bit more word out there how to utilize the bus service that's running because people are still struggling to find parking. There were several events happening at the same time, but we worked through that. But overall, I'm happy to report that it basically as our 14th year. We're being fortunate that no major incidents. The Town of Taos Police Department did an excellent job in assisting us, our security, and it was a fun, safe event. And anytime, we've seen this before. When you can't see the grass, then I know that it's a successful event. And when we used to have it at Felimon Sanchez Park, there was many times when we did that last year. There was a point where we couldn't see the grass, and as you can see here, when El Hurricane and his son performed, that was the height of the event. And we were able to get El Hurricane and his son to come here because DMC Broadcasting promoted a show at the Sagebrush, and that of course was a paid show. And the only way he could come and do, because it costs a lot for bands to bring musicians to this event free of charge, so they try to make it up in having other performances close to the region. And we were fortunate to bring him right into Taos. And it was a sold-out show as well at the Sagebrush. I did a informal kind of survey, if you will, this morning, calling the hotels. Just gauging how busy they were. And all of them on Friday night were close to capacity. Saturday night was, many of them, the common message that I was getting is we were slammed, we were busy, we were overfilled, or close to that. So I think that the Saturday night, what may have scared a little bit of people away is the snow that we got. I mean, who would have thought we would have gotten snow and hail on that day? So, and then the next day, beautiful weather. Only in Taos, or only in New Mexico, we get that kind of weather. So, I think that clearly, and I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if you were there, but when I was on stage, I was asking people, let's see all the people from New Mexico, and let me see all the people from Colorado. And I couldn't tell where they were more from, because there were just such an abundance of people. And I tried hard looking at people in the crowd to see if I found a lot of locals. There was some. Believe me, there was some, but there was more unfamiliar faces, if you will. And that's good for our community. It brings people to our community. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you all, the members of the council, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your support. Mr. Bellis, thank you, and all the town staff for doing a great job in supporting this beautiful event.
And Mayor, thank you. I think it's, when we can honor, like I said there, when we can honor our mothers, that's what that was all about. And it's a great opportunity in our community to bring people from the outside to our community. And, it really enhances what we have and what we share, our culture, our history, all of the above. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you personally for working with all the other groups that were having events that weekend. It could have been a real conflict. We had a few rude visitors, unfortunately, but I think given the amount of people that were in the town, it went pretty well, and certainly we've learned a few things. But your staff was fantastic. They were cooperative. They were courteous. They tried to help everybody, give directions. And let's hope this is just the next long line of great years for the event.
After 14 years, we still learn new tricks to get better for the next year. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it.
That was wonderful at Kit Carson Park. It really was a nice difference from the previous park. And you couldn't have missed me. I had my big sombrero on.
And I was looking for members of the council. I saw Andrew, Councilor Gonzalez there, and I saw you as you were walking in when I was coming in. But thank you for attending, all of those that attended, and just like I say, thank you for supporting this event. Truly, people, when you hear people coming in from Denver and they're saying we invited 26 people because it's my mom's 80th birthday and we're coming to celebrate in Taos at the Mother's Day event. Or what's even touching is when you've seen families that have come throughout the years to celebrate multi-generations, and what's really touching is when you see the family there and they're in tears and they said we come and we continue to come in honor of our mother that passed away last year, because she always used to come and see this, and that was her. She always wanted to come and see it. So it's an emotional event because you see throughout the years people have really made it their destination, as the mayor just mentioned, to honor their moms. So.
Yeah. And Mayor, thanks for working so hard to keep it a free event. I know that's probably a challenge in and of itself, and the amount of work that goes into it, I'm sure, is not cheap. So thank you for keeping it free to the public.
Mr. Mayor, that's the most challenging about this event, and we're committed to keep it going because there's no way we would see the emotion, just the beautiful aspect of this event if there was a charge, because many people wouldn't be able to pay that amount, because the minute we start putting a charge at the gate, that changes the whole dynamics on the sponsors and on the bands performing as well. And Mr. Mayor, I just want to also let you know that I gave you all the program, and as you see, that you have the Town of Taos logo, the Taos County logo, and the Pueblo logo because the casino supported it as well. And but you also see the major sponsors, and throughout the program, you'll see the businesses that contributed financially to making it a reality, because it costs a lot of money, as you all know, on some events that you guys have promoted. It does cost a lot of money to make one of these events happen, and it wouldn't be possible without the town's support, the county support, and the businesses that support this, and most importantly, the bands that give of their time to support it.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else under Citizens Forum? If not, we'll go ahead and move on to matters from staff. Presentation from LCSBG recipients. Linda Perry is our grants administrator.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Manager Bellis, councilors. Over the next few meetings, you'll be receiving reports from nonprofits who receive local community service block grant funds. And today I have 4 nonprofits with us. We have Ben Thomas of the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, Po Ching Chen from Youth Heartline, Elizabeth Palacios from the Taos Community Foundation, and Karen Thibodeau from the Taos Children's Theater. And again, they're just going to be doing a brief overview of their program and how the funding assisted them. And please feel free to ask questions. And we're going to start off with Youth Heartline, Po Ching Chen. Do we have everything set up for him? Okay.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Mayor Barrone, Town Manager Bellis, council members. I wanted to, my name is Po Chen, for the record. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Heartline. We're a child-focused nonprofit in the town of Taos. And I have prepared this short presentation on the project that we submitted to the LCSBG Granting Administration. The Smart House is a partnership between Youth Heartline and the Neighborhood Arts Project run by Sienna Sanderson, whom I understand is known to many of you. This is funded almost heavily by the town of Taos, and it is also operated in cooperation with the Northern Regional Housing Authority. Our mission is to provide quality arts and literacy programming to underserved and isolated communities in Taos on location. This part of the model is adopted from the Neighborhood Arts Project as envisioned by Sienna Sanderson. Her insight was that many of the enrichment programs for youth available in the town of Taos are difficult to get to for transportation for the people who might receive the most benefit. So children and families in isolated, low-income neighborhoods have difficulty finding transportation to and from these activities. So the next best thing is to bring the programming to them. The principles that we are addressing in our program is the recognition that in 2014, the New Mexico Voices of Children in their annual report identified 66% of Taos municipal fourth graders are not reading proficiently. The fourth grade is the focus of a lot of reading test scores because it is at this grade that students are no longer taught to read but are expected to learn by reading. So underperforming in reading becomes a very delayed and fundamental deficit in education. We also know that 85% of New Mexico fourth graders who qualify for free or reduced school lunches are not reading proficiently. So this number spikes based on family income. 43% of children in Taos County were living in poverty in 2011. So that is a significant number of our children who are at risk or expected to not read well, which in turn will will not set them up very well for future success. So, and as I mentioned before, programming must be on location because transportation is a barrier for many of these people, many of these families with low incomes. So the Smart House, here's a picture of Sienna getting prepared for our open house with one of our participants, our regular participants. It is located at 106 Gustorf Place. Councilmember Fritz, you might have seen our sandwich boards along the park inviting children to attend. It is held Tuesday and Wednesday after school. Currently, we have 15 to 20 kids regularly attending. I understand from Sienna that the child population of this particular neighborhood is anywhere between 25 and 30. So that's a large percentage of children who are attending. They span the range from preschool to 6th grade. We offer computers and internet in addition to Sienna's traditional arts programming. We're really pushing literacy and reading with the participants. And we also offer homework help. And in fact, in the past couple of weeks, we've had several participants who wanted to write school reports at the Smart House, and we were very happy to make that happen. So, what has Youth Heartline and the Neighborhood Arts Project at Smart House used the LCSBG funds for? We were able to find a vendor who basically built from scratch 3 computers that were made from Windows PC parts but running Macintosh OS X. This is particularly difficult because it is high-performing software at a fraction of the cost if you were to buy from Apple. So we were very lucky that we were able to stretch the community dollars that way. We were also able to purchase internet access. This was a bit of a challenge because we are sharing a unit with Help New Mexico, and they're the ones who actually have the utilities in their name. And so because of the confidential nature of their work and our work, we needed to find another solution for internet access, so we settled on a Verizon Jetpack. Also regularly, we provide supplies and healthy snacks for the children. The supplies include buying a canvas tote bag for all of the participants, including a sketch pad and a sort of diary of sorts, colored pencils, and also a gift of one graphic novel of their choice to promote reading. It's been a big hit. We've also used some of the funds granted to us to purchase software, including Microsoft Office, and furniture. You can see in the previous picture there were quite a few tables and also storage units and chairs. So on behalf of all the participants of Smart House, I would like to thank the council, the town manager, the mayor, and Linda for supporting this work serving underserved youth in low-income neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councilor Hahn.
Poe, I want to thank you. What a thrill in Barrio Cruz Alta to see your program happening. And yeah, there are a bunch of kids. They can all walk to it, probably from 4 blocks in radius. But as a grandpa and as a guy that's lived there for 34 years or so in that very poor neighborhood, high density, what a gift. What a treat. And I love seeing the sign go up. And Sienna runs a summer program also that goes up over there, and she works under the gazebos out there. So next project is really sprucing up the park. I've got some majorly big, huge flower pots on order that I want to get into that park. So
we'll be sure to call on you, council member.
Please do. And I'll be stopping by your office with giant potted plants. But listen, thank you.
You're very welcome. If I may interject, the incoming director of the Northern Regional Housing Authority has expressed a great deal of interest in seeing this program spread to other developments that they oversee.
It's really awesome. And for latchkey kids, a lot of our parents are single parents and are working at department stores and such. And so kids get home at 3:30, 3:45. They can cruise right over, be in a safe place, have snacks, be working on homework, do fun things. And they got the park right outside. And they have trained adult collaborators on the scene. So thank you, Poe.
You're very welcome. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez.
There's a couple of things that are striking for one within this, and it's not really news, but when you look at kids within this age group, my boy's 11, so he's moving on to the middle school this year. And this last year, and one of my efforts, now as a city councilor that I really want to undertake this summer, is to find avenues to help these underprivileged kids that don't have the means, even through the free and reduced lunch program. It was the most touching thing that my boy did. we buy him fruit snacks, we buy him snacks so that he can take to school and have throughout the day. Well, we found that they were going extremely fast.
Yes.
So I was under the impression he was eating 2 or 3 at a time. And what I found was that he had a friend in school that was always in trouble. So I sat my son down and I said, why are these snacks disappearing so quickly? And he says, well, I have a friend that gets in trouble. Well, sometimes he's not allowed to go to lunch. Well, what we found was that this kid, sometimes lunch was the only meal he got all day long, and he was in detention.
Yes.
So sitting down with the teacher and really trying to put it out there and say, I mean, there's a lot of disadvantaged kids within this community, and I think the real issue that we fail to recognize is not what doesn't happen in school, but what doesn't happen at home, and that's parent involvement. So anything I can do to help, the one thing I wanted to do was start some type of program that ensures that these kids have a meal, even if it's after school. And the reality of it is that we're an extremely impoverished community. As fortunate as many of us are, there's a lot of people out there that aren't. So I want to make sure that these kids are performing at the best of their abilities and the levels that they should be. And really, in a lot of ways, I mean, I know I'm not worth a crap if I'm not fed. So I can only imagine what a kindergartner through like a 6th grade or even all the way into high school, what their mental capacity is if they're not nourished. So if there's anything I can do to help the program and continue to help that program grow, I think they need a safe place to go, and a place that engages them both academically and just physically. So please, anything that I can do to help, and I would ask my fellow counselors as well too to please help me over the course of the summer to ensure that we can roll out some type of program in this upcoming school year that would allow us to ensure that, year after year, even through after school programs, that these kids have at least some type of food in their system. So thanks for the work that you do, and I like the fact that you included the documentation that supports the need for the program. So thank you.
You're welcome, Council Member, and thank you. You'll be hearing from us in successive RFPs, I'm sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
All you do.
Is the Youth Heartline, is that next to the USDA office over there?
Yes, that's where we're currently located, next to Alan Maestas' offices.
With the CASA volunteers?
Yes, that is one of the programs that we run.
Yeah, that's a wonderful program. I'm familiar with it.
Thank you very much, Council Member. I hope you'll come visit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Gonzalez, before a councilman took ill, my wife and him were working on a program to bring to the council that would actually have backpack lunches or backpack snacks that would be distributed. So I know they reached out to
anything I can do.
Councilor Cantu at one time, and we're trying to get that moved.
Awesome.
Forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Elizabeth Palacios from the Taos Community Foundation.
Hi, Mayor, council members. May I approach?
Please.
Sure.
I don't think the chief will tackle you.
Okay.
But I'm watching.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's so interesting to hear the different community programs present and what they talk about, because the Community Foundation, as you know, we have our hands in a lot of pots. And I thank you for the town support and the willingness to step forward and have an intentional way of supporting the social service programs that work to provide the quality of life and improve quality of life in the communities that we're in. Councilmember Gonzalez, there actually is a summer program that we could give you a little more information about, much what Mayor was talking about. It's called the Summer Feeding Program. It's kind of an odd name for it, but there are many different sites. And as you see in the handout, you can see that there's a little bit of a description of that in some of our earlier work. But if you would like to call the foundation, we can give you more specifics about how that works. And it has oftentimes tied in with what's going on with the summer programming that Poe was talking about.
Awesome. Thank you.
One of the things that happens in community and is and how the Taos Community Foundation works is that we tend to work a little further upstream. Oftentimes, we try to look at systems and we try to look at what's going on and what are causing some of the challenges in our community, and we work to bring different people together to address those kinds of topics. So what we did when we applied for this small grant from you through the Community Block Grant was that we said we would like support specifically for 2 community leadership projects that we are working on. Taos Community Foundation works 3 ways in community. One is with the community leadership projects. One is through grant making to nonprofits. We award about $800,000 a year in grant making out annually to nonprofits in our community. And the other is to work with individuals who have the willingness to step forward and make a difference and make an investment in our community. And we build permanent funds that will be here long past when we are here to be able to continue to support organizations working in our community. So back to the 2 programs that we requested funding for. In your packet, what you have is on the first 2 pages is an overview of the 2 projects that we worked on. And the front page, I always like it when I'm going to make a presentation and realize there's a typo on the front page, so just ignore the front page. There's a typo. If you can find it, you'll get an award. It took me all the way to here to find it, at a time when I couldn't change it. You may remember a few years ago, that we requested from the council for a resolution. I think it's called a resolution, where the town said, we support the D.H. Lawrence Ranch. We recognize it as an economic driver in our community. It could be an economic driver in our community, and we support the actions of the D.H. Lawrence Ranch Alliance to work with UNM-Taos and UNM Main Campus to get this beautiful 160-acre Kiowa ranch open to the public. When the ranch was originally given to UNM Main Campus, it was under the directive from Frida Lawrence that it would stay open and be available for our community. It, due to a bunch of different circumstances, had been closed for a long time. So the Community Foundation got together with a group of people and we formed the Ranch Alliance. And over the last 5 years, we've been working in conjunction with UNM and sometime in contention with UNM to get the ranch open. And we're pleased to say now that the ranch is open, and we have, in partnership with UNM-Taos, have funded a docent program. There's 20 docents that have gone through the docent program at UNM-Taos and are now staffing 3 and 4 days a week up at the ranch, so that individuals who come up and visit understand what D.H. Lawrence's legacy was and the importance of the ranch as a community asset. Last year, the ranch, in the very first time that it was open just towards the end of the year, had 900 visitors, even though it was only opened 2 days a week. So we're looking at many, many more visitors this year, and we continue to move forward with other plans for the ranch. One is looking at water. One is also creating a visitor center, small, modest visitor center, so that the docents can have a place to be and visitors can have a resting place. Who knows what will happen as we move forward in this partnership. But I really appreciate the fact that you made the investment so that we could take this project one step forward. The next piece of paper that you have in front of you is a paper that is addressing a feasibility study that's not completely finished at this point. It's still in process. The Community Foundation works a lot of times with estate planning, and we work with individuals in community who are looking at how they can support community and how they can also take care of their families. One of the things that came to our attention as we were beginning to address this is that, as most of us know, there's plenty of people that have not put wills together or any kind of advance directives. As we've worked through the health industry and other community leadership projects, we realize that this can be quite an expensive challenge for families in an emergency situation approaching the hospital without having some kind of family directives or even directives to physicians. It ends up with their physicians are to keep people alive unless that person has said, I have very specific things that I want to have done with me if I'm in a terminal situation. Well, this seems kind of an odd place for the Community Foundation to be looking at this, but one of the things that came up to us was that in a couple of communities in the Midwest, they'd done an initiative to say, we want our whole community to get advance directives. And when they made that initiative and they did a environmental, much like we do the don't drink and drive and things like that, it was get advance directives. They had a better health care or improvement in health for individuals and a lowered hospital cost for families and for the hospital. So what we've done with portion of the money that you have awarded to us is that we are conducting a feasibility study to see how we might take those programs and adapt them to our community culturally and responsively so that we too can address how we talk about end-of-life issues and bring those to the forefront so that we can be healthier and in good communication with our families. Those are the two pieces that we requested funding for. On the third page, you can see a chronology of many of the different projects that we have dipped into over the last 10 years, 12 years actually, two current projects that respond somewhat to what we're talking about today. One is the Taos School Zone. This is the very beginning project that we're just launching right now. It's a partnership with the Taos Municipal Schools in response to their new strategic plan, which, by the way, one of the things that came from the students in the Taos Schools strategic plan was that while many of us think about we look at the public schools and we think about their safety, or we think about truancy, or we think about all of these other things that are the woes of the public schools. The students were concerned about their health, and they were concerned about their nutrition as one of the things. They weren't so concerned about bullying, but they were really more concerned about how they would be able to take care of themselves. It's kind of an interesting fact that came from that. But at any rate, the Taos School Zone, or it's actually the School Zone Taos, is going to be a replication project that comes from SMU, the Bud Center at SMU. It's a very, very successful program that has been operating in Dallas, in the poorer communities of Dallas, really working around out-of-school time and in-school time enrichment and academic programs. Much like the superintendent in Albuquerque has said, we cannot educate our children without partnerships and community. Taos School Zone will be facilitating those partnerships. We have the nonprofits in our community. We have the quality in our community to be able to deliver and the capacity to be able to deliver after-school programming. However, it's the access issue. And it's the affordability issue. So this will take a look at that, and it will also be able to offer the demonstration of success across the board for all programming. So I invite you to take a cruise through this whole other document that gives a list of the different programs that we've done, and I've also given you a copy of our most recent annual report. I thank you very much for your support, and I look forward to working with you into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Palacio.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ben Thomas from the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, council members. Good morning. Ben Thomas with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. I'm the executive director of the Corps, and I wanted to thank you for your support through a grant that we received. The dollars from that particular grant went to some pretty important things. PPE, personal protective equipment, is something that keeps all of our members safe in the forest surrounding New Mexico. A lot of folks don't realize it, but hard hats do have a shelf life. They do expire. They do need to be replaced, and some of those those dollars went for that purpose. In addition, we received some resources that were enabled us to send some of our youth members in our weatherization program to Santa Fe Community College to receive a certification in the work that they do that will support them in continuing their careers past Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. Something that we work with all of our members, supporting them in their next steps. These particular members received state-of-the-art training at a facility down at Santa Fe Community College, and certificates that they'll have in their resume moving forward, and we're really excited about that opportunity. So thank you so much for your support. For those of you who aren't as familiar with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, we're a youth development agency that's been around in the Taos community for over 20 years now. Our mission is around providing opportunities for young adults, 16 to 25-year-olds, to gain leadership skills, workplace skills, and education and support for them to move on to their next steps in their life. We are a youth development agency, and our focus is around hiring young people to meet community needs, and some of those needs throughout our community have to do with after-school tutoring and mentoring, conservation-based work, conservation work, as well as weatherization work. We've had crews in all of these different fields. So we will continue to do that. Rocky Mountain Youth Corps looks a little different these days. Former executive director and co-founder Carl Colonius has moved on. I have been with the Corps for over 10 years now and am the new executive director. We are going through some strategic impact planning right now that's going to help guide us into the future. But some of the big changes are around our new leadership at the Corps, as well as some new directions we're going with regards to expansion. We are offering opportunities now down in new communities in Albuquerque, as well as smaller communities in northern New Mexico. I'll end with one note. We are hiring right now for our summer season. We are going to have 5 crews in Taos County, 3 of which will be hired out of the town of Taos. And one of these crews we're partnering directly with the town of Taos. We're going to have a crew working in Kit Carson Park this summer. So if you know any young folks who are interested in working this summer with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, please do send them my way. Applications are available in person or on the web. And I'll stand for any questions.
Council, any questions?
What's the age group?
This summer will be 16 to 25.
16 to 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. My daughter was part of the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, and also they did funding to help her after she was older to go to school.
Absolutely, and thank you for mentioning that, Councilor. Mayor Barrone, all of our members receive a living stipend, small salary, as well as a scholarship to support them in education down the road.
How often do you guys do intakes? Is there a limit cap as to how many people you bring in or how many kids you bring in?
Yeah, we work with about 150 youth a year. One of our larger grants is through AmeriCorps, and that's how we're able to offer the scholarships. So we hire. We have 3 major hiring seasons: spring, summer, and fall, where we do most of our hiring. But our doors are always open. Working with a younger age group, we often have young folks who move on before they graduate, and we'll try to refill those positions. So we're always accepting applications.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, thank you for all the work you've done and stepped up to the plate when Carl left, and the program is still going. You continue to lead that, and hopefully, our youth appreciate it, and we do appreciate it. And that collaborative project that you were talking about in the Kit Carson Park, I think, is, a great opportunity for the town and the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps to work together, and it's a great opportunity to see some, new plants being planted and some revitalization of a portion of our Acequia. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, last we have Karen Thibodeau from the Taos Children's Theater.
Okay, is she not here? I thought you said she had given you the thumb drive for Karen. Okay, well, no, she's not here. She may be showing up later on. So that'll conclude this portion of the agenda then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Linda, it's good to know that the money that we appropriated is going to good use, and there's some good programs and good things coming out of that, and hopefully we can capitalize from that, especially. So we'll go next. We have item B, out-of-state travel for Madelyn, Barney, and Leo Valencia. French, just consideration and approval of out-of-state travel for Madelyn and Leo to attend the 26th Annual National Community Transit Rodeo to be held on May 30th to 31st, 2015 in Tampa, Florida. Cost is estimated at $1,600 each for a total cost of $3,200. This amount is reimbursed at 100% by the New Mexico Transit Association, since both Ms. Barney and Mr. Valencia placed first at the New Mexico Transportation Rodeo and will be representing the state in their respective divisions at this national event. French, you have anything to add to that?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. No, I don't. I think you probably summed it up. And furthermore, the award that you had presented to them, or the recognition earlier in the meeting. So with that, I'll ask for your approval.
Mr. Mayor, if we could approve item B and C with regards to out-of-state travel.
And do those together? Or they're
well,
two
point of
different
order,
items?
though, Mr. Mayor, you introduced B, so though I'd like to expedite, I think we probably need to adhere to that.
So we have a motion to...
No biggie.
Move for approval on B.
On B,
I'll
we have a second.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Thank you, French.
Thanks, French.
And thank the two participants. It's great that you're going to represent us, bask in the sunshine a little bit while you're there. So appreciate it. So item C, out-of-state travel for Linda Sanchez, Animal Control Officer. Chief Weaver, I know you'll be presenting this. Councilor Gonzalez, you wanted to make a motion on this item?
Motion to approve, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Not, call for the vote.
Sorry, Chief. I tried to save you the walk. But...
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Thank you. So item D, resolution 1520, Town of Taos Tree Board. Steve?
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council,
Good afternoon,
Mr. Manager. I'm here today. I was here once before this meeting and brought the draft resolution to you for a tree board, the establishment of a tree board. And you have that with you, so what I'm asking for today is your approval of that. We have incorporated into the resolution the bylaws that Councilmember Peralta wanted. And we have formed a board with your guidance from last time. And with me is Ben Wright, who will be the chairman of the board. He's an arborist. Arborist, he's with the Heartwood Coalition, and he was one of the key people who was behind the planting of the orchard at the school for Arbor Day. So I'll let Ben talk for a little while about what the tree board will do.
Good afternoon, Mayor Barrone and council members. First of all, I want to thank the two of you, Mayor Barrone and Mr. Hahn, for joining us at the Arbor Day planting. It was very successful and a really good time. So the Taos Tree Board intends to advocate for the trees throughout the Taos community. The way that we are doing this is through education and through community involvement. The Heartwood Coalition in particular is a very strong tree stewardship group, and we're looking to strengthen the relationship between community members to help care for the trees of Taos. And the Taos Tree Board is made up of a combination of experts in tree care as well as people who are community organizers, and there's 2 student members on the board, because part of what we're trying to do is really reach out to the younger people to care for the trees, seeing the trees as a long-term investment in the community. So that's our general goal. We also participate in the Tree City USA status for the town of Taos, which I believe is on its 4th year now. Is that 5th year now? And part of our responsibility will be to promote and put together the Arbor Day celebration every year, which is part of the Tree City USA status.
And I might add that we were able to convince Councilmember Gonzalez to be on the board to represent the town council and Kit Carson Electric. One of the issues with public trees is the utilities have a tendency to get really carried away when they trim them near power lines, and so we want to involve the utility companies more and maybe teach them how to trim properly so that we don't get butchered trees near power lines.
Make sure I take the message back, Steve.
Councillor Hahn?
So, Ben, I want to thank you. That was a great time a couple weeks back, and I want to thank Councilman Gonzalez for having the willingness to serve on yet another board, but this is really important. I have a question for you. I noticed that there's down at the bottom of the list, there's Town of Taos Advisory Council members to date. And then you have Daniel Montoya, et cetera, et cetera. Are you hoping, Ben, for these? What role are these folks supposed to play?
Well, they are more about the outreach to the community, and so, I mean, although we try and express a broad variety of interests within the board, there's always more knowledge and more input, and I mean, we're really seeking to communicate with people on a broader scale than just the board, and so other people are invited to participate in the discussions.
So, if I may, Councilmember, the advisory council is a non-termed group. There were so many people that were interested in being on the board, and we wanted to keep the number to 9. It was large already. So we asked those that expressed interest that we couldn't fit on the board to be as part of the advisory council. And the judge that you mentioned, would love to have him join this advisory council. And anyone else that has anyone that would like to be involved in educating the public on trees and helping the town with public policy on urban canopy, we'd love to have them join the council.
Great. So you have all of these emails, and you'll be giving updates and so on. And Mr. Fambro, could you do me a favor when next time you're over at the county? Could you stop in at Judge Jeffrey Shanahan's office and tell him the tree board wants him to serve on its advisory council, if that's appropriate, Ben? I should ask your permission first, but Jeffrey is way big into trees. So
I'll volunteer him and Candace.
Oh, thank you. Two more.
And I should mention that members of the advisory council could be future members of the board. I mean, if they have the interest, because after 2 and 3 year term limits.
You've got some awesome people on that board. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Steve.
Ben, Steve, thank you again. It's important. That canopy that we have and those new trees that just got planted, and I can't wait, and hopefully we can see some fruit come off those trees in the next 10 years. I think it would be just great to watch that. Some of those kids will probably be graduating at that time, and they say, hey, we planted those, and it was just great that we were able to help with that and be part of that, and this opportunity for this tree board is just awesome to be able to take care of what we have in place. And I know some of them, again, just like everything, it has its life cycle, and some of those, at some point, will die, and we'll have to remove them. But hopefully, we can get some new ones planted to take their place. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, if you could now, someone maybe approve the.
We have a motion to that.
Well, I don't know if we have a motion yet.
I don't think we have a motion.
Let's go ahead and move that. Any other? We don't have a motion yet. So I move to approve Resolution 1520, formulating the Town of Taos Tree Board.
We have a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not...
Wait, Mr. Mayor, real quick. I did catch a typo in there. Can we make sure my last name's spelled right?
Jeez, I didn't see that.
On all our approvals?
Actually, I also saw where we put city instead of town once in here too, so I'll make those corrections.
Okay. With those adjustments. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we'll go on to item E, NCRTD agreements for assumption of the chili line operation and fleet maintenance agreement. This is a continuation from our meeting of April 28th. Mr. Bellis, did you want to start this off? I know we have Mr. Tony Montalero and Mike Kelly in the audience. Also, we have one of the board members, Mr. Fambro, in the audience. I know we have a couple of drivers in the audience. There was several presentations made to a couple of presentations made to the drivers, and I'm just going to go over a little brief history of how this transpired, and Mike and Tony and Jim, if I happen to misstep, if you'll correct me, and we'll go from there. About 10 years ago, the NCRTD was formed. A GRT was passed. This was an aggregate vote, the way it came. So there was the city of Santa Fe County, Rio Arriba, both city and county, the town of Taos and Taos County, that this was, and 6 different pueblos as this was presented to. There was a vote that came to the voters. The voters agreed to pass a GRT that would fund the NCRTD. That NCRTD was then funded. It was put in place. The town of Taos at that particular point opted not to be a member of the NCRTD, but we still collect taxes within the town and within the county of. As you can see, there's a lot of transportation that is being offered within the community, all the way from Costilla, Peñasco, UNM. A lot of these have been incorporated with that. Within that GRT that was passed, the town didn't opt to be part of it at that time. We are collecting the money within the town also to fund the NCRTD. We have brought probably more service to our community than the community than we collect in the GRT tax. We have a new route right now that is serving the Tres Pierdas area. It's on a trial basis right now. It runs one day a week. There's approximately, I understand, about 27 riders, if I'm correct there, or somewhere in that vicinity.
Between 20 and 27.
Between 20 and 27. That's one day a week. If it shows to be promising like it is, it could be a route that will be enhanced. There is a 5-year service study that is going on, and a long-term service study that goes on, and it's an opportunity. I thought that, we brought it to the board, we brought it to the employees. It's an opportunity for the town to be part of the NCRTD. We have 2 members on that board. The town won't be left out in any way. The reserves of the NCRTD we have about 7/12 reserve in that specific entity, and it offers the opportunity for our drivers to actually move up the ranks. They will retain their seniority. We will retain the name of the chili line operation. It's an opportunity for our employees to actually have more take-home pay because the NCRTD is able to pay more than the town is able to pay. Their contribution to PERA through the NCRTD is more than the town pays, so that is another instance where there would be more take-home pay. And the NCRTD has been, I want to say, very gracious that they've been able to support raises for their employees every year since I've been there. In the amount of between 2% and 3% every year, and that's something that the town at this point hasn't been able to do, and I just an opportunity for the employees there to gain from this opportunity along possibly with the town. So that was my take on it. I just wanted to give a brief overview of it so that everybody has an opportunity to view what I viewed, and Tony and Mike and Jim, if you want to chime in.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. What I would add to that is, since we were last here, the council had indicated you had an interest in us meeting again with the employees. We did have a second meeting with them last week, and we also provided them with a written response to a list of questions they had. We provided them with copies of our personnel rules and regulations and the collective bargaining agreement. And we also provided them an opportunity to have a choice in the method by which if they're transferred to the district, how their current personal leave accruals would be handled. And we provided them two options and asked them to choose one of those. And I don't know if they collaborated, but they all unanimously chose the same option. So that's been reflected in the agreement that's before you today as well. Other than that, our board has approved the agreement, and their approval is subject to the town council's actions as well. So I'd be glad to stand in for any questions. I should say that there's been some other changes in concept here, and that is initially we were not requesting the mechanic to come over as an employee, and after discussions with both the town manager and with French, the public works director, as well as the mayor, we reevaluated that, and since we were requesting that the maintenance facility come over, we also did concur that we would have the mechanic come over as well as a employee of the district if this goes forward. So I believe that now there are no employees, full-time employees that are currently employed with the town that would not transfer over to the district if they choose to do so. And there is one seasonal employee as well that we'd be willing to bring over as well as part of this consolidation if it occurs. So there won't be any agreement regarding the town providing maintenance, fleet maintenance services for the district, since we would be bringing that maintenance employee over as well. So that's been a change from the last time we presented to the council. I think it was about 2 weeks ago.
Council, Jim, anything to add?
What was our, Mr. Mayor, what was the final determination on how those sick hours transfer over? Did we do a lump sum? What did we agree on?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gonzalez, basically we provide the employees with two options. One option was to pay out 100% of their personal leave, but then they'd come over to the district and they'd start at a zero balance. Mm-hmm. And that had some exposures for the employees there. The other option was to transfer up to 80 hours of personal leave And because we're on a sick leave vacation plan, if they transferred 40 would be in sick leave, 40 in vacation, and that would mitigate any potential exposure to them in the event they got ill or had a personal accident or something during that interim period. And whatever balances they have under that second option would be paid out in full to the employee by the town. The hours that would be transferred to the district at their current hourly rate. So the district would be picking up the differential of that value when they became, if they became district employees at that point in time.
What about the issue with regards to them losing this sick time on the transfer? So did the transfer go over as personal leave? Or it went over as both personal and sick?
Councilor Gonzalez, the transfer is being split between vacation and sick leave under our system, but it's coming out of their personal leave account here. So whatever hours they have remaining, they will get the full value of that in compensation.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I think it's also important to point out that the NCRTD has an option that we don't, which is you can buy out your sick leave. So that I think in the conversion there really should be no loss of time. Anything over the 80 hours we're paying out to the employees.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Tony.
We gave the employees a comparative analysis between the current personal leave program that the town has and the sick leave vacation leave program, the traditional type that the district has, along with the sick leave incentive portion that we have that allows employees on an annual basis to either sell back their remaining sick leave or allocate it to a catastrophic leave bank at their choosing.
The increases are listed on page 20, and you can see that all of the employees will immediately increase in annual salary between $2,000 and $5,000, in addition to a $5% reduction in costs taken out due to the aforementioned pension differential.
Councilor Hahn.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Tony, how was the probationary period issue resolved? That was one of the questions the employees had, and I noticed it's still in the work that we got over the weekend. So could you talk a little bit about probationary periods?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hahn, the probationary period remained in the agreement, and so that has not been changed, and it aligns with past practices of the district as well as with the town and between the town and the county on a recent consolidation regarding emergency dispatch. So it's treating employees in kind as other employees have been treated when they've undertaken this kind of process.
So salary's not going to be affected, anything like that. No. 6-month probationary period, so I'm not going to lose my tenure.
You're correct.
Okay. And how did the employees feel about that continuation? I see. So, yeah, we want to ratify this, but what are the chances, Tony, of working through some kind of compromise regarding the 6-month probationary? All of our employees, I understand, have been there for a couple of years or longer, and I may not have that exactly correct, but it does seem a little odd to go through a probationary period after you've successfully completed it for one entity. Now that entity is, in a sense, transferring it to another entity. Why? I don't quite understand, Tony or Mike, why do another probationary period? But what kind of compromise could be leveraged there?
And to add on to that real quick, I don't understand if they're transferring with full seniority, why they're going with a probationary period.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Hahn, and Councilor Gonzalez. Well, they worked under your system in your organization. We have no experience with them. We don't know anything about them other than they worked here. We have had no access to their personnel files. We have not had any daily interactions with them in terms of their daily performance or their annual performance or what have you. It's not an unusual condition that's being placed on these. I've been through acquisitions of systems, water systems, utility systems, or what have you, and that was from a private sector employer to a public sector employer. Those employees still were on a probationary period. It's just a fairly standard practice. It doesn't take anything away from them. It doesn't put them necessarily at risk if they're good employees and they're following the rules and practices of the organization. There should be nothing that they should be concerned about in terms of being at risk during that 6-month probationary period, unless obviously they choose not to be compliant with the rules and regulations or what have you, but that becomes a matter of their choice and not ours. So we're not asking for the probationary period because it's not a common practice. It is a common practice, and it's not taking anything away from them in terms of what I believe they currently enjoy here in this organization. Even if they're not on probation, an employee that chooses not to follow rules and regulations, violates policy, violates best practices or whatever, is still at risk of losing their employment or being disciplined in some fashion. So I don't see the concern.
Well, I guess my concern is just exactly that even if they're transferred in without excluding a probationary period, they do receive due process. If an employee has transgressed, the company will take the appropriate measures, whatever that's spelled out in the personnel manual. Mm-hmm. But being as there will be a consequence for transgression either way, what's the point? What's the point of having a probationary period? If I, as an employee, transgress, I'm going to get reprimanded. Probationary employee, on the other hand, from the way I understand it, if there is a transgression, that could be grounds for immediate dismissal, and therein lies my concern. Right. That during the crossover and cross-training process, an employee could inadvertently make a mistake and then be let go immediately without any kind of due process. So due process is really my issue here with valued employees from the town who spend a great deal of time here for the most part and are now transferring over. I just want to see that they have some protections, and it just bothers me a little bit, Tony, that with a transgression, whether you're vested or not, you can still get reprimanded, but a probationary employee is at greater risk. There is not an implication of due process under the probationary period. I, as an employer, can let you go for any reason whatsoever, and I don't want to be argumentative, Tony. I want this deal to work, but at the same time, I want it to work for the employees who, deserve that.
Mayor, Councilor Hahn, the key difference is that when they become our employees, we don't get to use their past performance record or what have you, because what took place under a different employer, and they're starting from a clean slate with us. So where you're able to utilize a progressive discipline and what have you based on past performance or past perhaps violations of personnel rules and what have you, we couldn't do that because they've never worked under us. They weren't our employees to begin with, so they basically come with a clean slate for that matter at that point in time.
I still feel my argument right now is the stronger of the two. Since if I transgress, I'm going to get reprimanded in some fashion. I'm wondering, Mike, your thoughts. Jim, you sit on the board. I don't want to compromise the mayor because he sits on the board, but Do you see where I'm going, Mr. Fambro and Mike? I don't want to create a big old hassle here, but I do want to see that our transferred employees are vested as much as they possibly can be.
Well, it's always our practice to give employees due process, whether they're on probation or not. And we walk through those processes of progressive discipline, coaching, oral, written progress long before it even comes to a level of a suspensionary item, and depending on the type of transgression as well. Whether it's a tardy versus an accident charge or something of that nature. There's two kinds of transgressions, or several kinds, based on the level. And so with that, we take graduated measures based on the severity of the infraction, like any organization, versus being capricious and just saying, you're out of here.
Right. A question, Mike. Do the employees at NCRTD have union representation?
Yes.
And will our employees have the possibility of joining the union on day one?
They must. Yes, but there is the probationary period process within the contract, and they get the benefit of the union contract. And if I understand, we would allow for representation, but it's not mandatory until they have joined the union. And
not until they complete probation.
Or complete probation, and then they're eligible to join at the end of probation.
So I'm transferred over. I'm under probation. I cannot affiliate with the union for 6 months until I've successfully completed my probationary period.
Well,
Did I get that about right?
Let me couch that statement with that we operate all employees, within relationship to the contract. So what's spelled out in the contract for progressive discipline or any measures, we practice all employees basically the same under the contract. So they're not treated any differently.
Except they don't have union representation.
But they do have the opportunity to ask for representation in that venue, whether it's a union or a confidant or whatever. There is always an opportunity to ask for someone to be present.
Right. Mr. Fambro, you had... Thank you for letting me ask these questions, Mr. Mayor.
I'd just like to share a little bit of my experience with the RTD, whereas I feel this is very pro-employee organization. I'm amazed every time I've been in that building to see the morale and the appreciation shown towards the employees. So what Tony and Mike are telling you, that the underlying part is, they're going to work with people, but and we had a big discussion about this same matter at the board meeting. Chairman Barrone of the board talked a little bit about it. Tony gave us his exactly what he's telling you. So he's being straightforward with you as he was with the board. The morale and as I spoke about earlier with the employees, they take every opportunity they can to honor their employees, to talk about their employees and everything, because they know the front line of this success, the NCRTD, is the employees, the drivers. Those are the only people that the public sees. And so much as every time there's a anniversary date, they're brought into our meeting, they're honored, they meet the board. And they all say the same thing when they finish getting their awards. I love working here. I love this place. I've never heard them complain about this and that. And maybe they keep those employees locked in a closet where we can't see them or something, maybe. But I had to search for the bathroom and looked in a closet one time and didn't see anybody there. So I think I really believe that this is a good place for employees. On the other hand, I do agree with you, Councilman Hahn, with the severity of the 6 months and stuff. And we did, in the motion that I made to bring this forward to you guys, was we gave him the ability to negotiate, if anything. But the board really felt strongly of this takeover. It's a win-win for everybody. It offers expansion of the service in the valley here, which we've already had 2 requests in just the past couple of months. Aurora Seco, Ms. Stella Gallegos has been working on that. She's met with people in their office, and we're working on that currently. Taos Pueblo brought up a concern at the regional meeting that we had here. As you said, the TP run is working just fantastic. To kind of give you something to where they listen and they work with people. The Penasco route in the morning, it was getting a nurse at the hospital and a checker at Super Save about 5 minutes late when they made a little alteration. They found out about it. They made the change right away, and they brought it back to where it took care of the people that were loyal to their service. They listen. They work with people. I'm confident that we're not going to have the worst case scenario because of what I've seen. And I have a lot of faith in Tony that he's willing to work things out to where it's a win-win.
Thank you, Commissioner. So 2 things. Mr. Fernandez had mentioned earlier that Taos is kind of losing part of its makeup, if you will, and yet I see the NCRTD addressing that by doing what Councilman Peralta had asked a month or 2 ago, remember, Tony, to try and keep the Chile line intact. I think that's very creative. You had mentioned, though, Commissioner, that at your board meeting there was, if I heard you correctly, you were going to go ahead and approve the transfer with the 6-month probationary clause. And then you mentioned the word negotiation. So can I negotiate with that right now?
That's between you and him, but I'm just saying that's in the spirit of trying to make this work.
We want it to work.
And that's...
No 2 ways about this. I want this deal to work. But I also want the very best protections that we can leverage for our town employees. We owe that to them.
But that was the actual motion from the board.
To do the 6 months.
Yes.
Right.
No, to go along with his recommendations and giving him the ability to negotiate anything that, yes.
Tony.
But he did make the statement that he's going to stick to his guns on this, and that was respected by the board.
The reference to the probationary period?
That's correct.
Well, now, James, you and I played hardball.
Yeah, well, we don't want to get into it.
Tony, what's your, what can we do for our employees? I want this deal to work, number 1. There's no adversarial relationship here, number 2. But I do want to try and leverage for our employees being transferred over the greatest reasonable protection. So can you meet me halfway, or what can we do here to get over this last molehill? This is not a mountain. This is a molehill.
The district wants this to work as well, and we'd love to see this go forward. The union would love the employees not having to serve 6 months, because then they get to get their dues right away.
That's a bit unfair, but I'll let you slide on that.
But they do, absolutely.
Tony, I'm a union man, so be careful.
This is what I think that I think I'd be willing to do, and that is to go to a 3-month probationary period, provided that the employees are willing to consent to us being able to utilize their full employment records as part of the districts.
Is personnel still here? Or personnel records, Mr. Miller? we need to sign a release or some such?
Yeah,
we would need to get a release from their employees.
We can't really do that
Yeah.
without the employees doing it. It places us at some sense of liability, but any employee has the ability to authorize someone else to access their records. So I think we could do that with sufficient safeguards.
So it'd be a 3-month probationary period.
Okay, so you want 6, I want 0. We're going to settle at 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
2.
I yield to Councilman Gonzalez. I defer to Councilman Gonzalez in all of his wisdom.
Well, and really, just if you have an employee that's willing to turn over his or her personnel records, I would assume you have full view of how they performed for us, so, and still gives you some safeguards.
Mike?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, one of the things I want to add as a director of operations, several years ago, before I came to work for the RTD, I met Mr. Valencia at one of the bus rodeos. 2 years ago, I met Miss Barney at one of the bus rodeos, riding around in the bus as a judge. And both first impressions of those folks were, man, I'd like them working for us.
Of course.
You know, you're passing on some great leaders in transportation that we see as an asset. And it's not taken lightly. It's appreciated very much. And we hope that they'll be leaders in our organization as well and inspire others to do great things.
I wonder if an employee is willing to sign over a release to give you the records, if we could, for those employees that do it, that are willing to give you their records, they go to no probationary period. For those unwilling, then we're at 6 months. What do you think?
State that again.
So if an employee is willing to sign a release to transfer their personnel records over to RTD from the town, no probationary period. On the other hand, for an employee who does not want their personnel file sent over to RTD, then a 6-month probationary period.
I'd be okay with that.
I think in fairness to the NCRTD, just there's something missing. If you review the personnel record and they find something that we didn't pick up during the background check, I mean, you have to give them that latitude that they can act on it too if you're going to do it that way.
Just a little, that's logical, Mr. Manager. I guess my concern there is if they have a ding in their personnel file and we took our remediation measures, whatever those are, and then RTD sees about it, then that makes me fearful that RTD would turn around and say, okay, well, you've got a ding over there in Taos for this transgression, so we're going to go ahead and let you go. But that's the concern.
That's the other side of the X when you do that. We're basically, they're willing to accept our employees carte blanche day one, presuming they've not had any incidents, and as long as they don't create any incidents, they could have had something in the past that it's forgotten. It's amnesty. Right. On the other hand, if you want to open up those personnel files, I as an employee am not sure that I'd want to agree to that, because they may find out. We have gone through a lot of HR directors, and to be honest with you, there are things sometimes we've picked up that nobody did.
HR, you mean?
HR didn't do his job.
So what about that compromise, Tony?
Let me just
go ahead.
Go to Councilor Cantu, and then I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then we can.
I just have a couple of comments and a question. And Jim, I want to thank you for your comments, because I trust you. I value your opinion. You've seen it firsthand. I was wondering, how many meetings did you have with the actual employees now that this has all been going on?
We've had 2.
Yeah, 2.
Mm-hmm.
And was it favorable for the most part, or did they feel like Mr. Fernandez who?
While they're here, I let them speak for themselves. My general impression was that the counselor that we had answered all of their questions and gave them all the information they needed. They likewise had some comments, and I think we address those comments to the best that we can.
Mm-hmm. 6 months, that is a long probationary period. Standard in jobs I've had in my prior, work list of jobs I've had has been 90 days. That's kind of standard. And 6 months is a long time.
Councilor, Mayor, I can't argue about your experience. All I can say is what I've seen over my 30 years of being in the public sector, serving as personnel director, city manager, and county manager of organizations in Colorado, Washington State, Arizona, and here in New Mexico. And it is pretty common, 6 month. Police, you'll see a year. Fire, you'll see a year. But it's fairly 6 months is pretty standard, along with the ability to extend those 6 months to additional 90 days. I've seen that fairly common. We're not asking to have the ability to extend it either, and I think we've made a good faith response to a negotiation here, and I think to continue to pull on this is a difficult position to put us in at this point in time.
Commissioner Fembrel? I will say real quick, Mayor. The co-op was 6 months, but that was taken from a position that I really had no involvement in at all, completely different line of work from what I had done before, which I completely understood. There was a need to evaluate my performance and how well I did within the organization. This, I think, is completely different because it's literally an apple-to-apple transfer. They're doing the same job, performing the same duties under the same stipulations with the same certifications. So I think that's, for me, where my sticking point is. I get the transfer from organization to organization, different processes, different ways of operating, different rules, different guidelines. And I think that's where, if our employees are willing to give over that personnel record, I could see if they were going, much like I did, from self-employed to employer in a utility company, would be completely different, because there really was no evaluation of who I was or how I operated. But in this case, it's a straight transfer doing the same job. And Jim, I think for me it's just saying, I hear what Councilor Hahn is saying as well too, that I think it's a little bit long with not a whole lot of safeguards, and if I'm not performing in this task, then...
Mr. Mayor, it was the board's wish to have a probationary period. So I'm not taking that off the table here, but I think the offer that Tony has made here today shows that he cares. Plus, you've got two board members sitting in this room right now that are not going to let our local people fail in this. And they're not going to, because these guys care about the service. They care about the employees. I think the offer that was made here today and the compromise, in the sense of compromise, is very fair. But I do want to bring back onto to your attention, it was the board's intention to have a probationary period. Just because it's a new set of rules, it's just a new everything. But I'll bet you within a week that employee feels like it's just the way it is today. And if not, they can call me, they can call him, and I know that the gentleman to my right listen. Not only just to the employees, they listen to the board. The board is very proactive, and they know that if they want to continued success, they've got to take care of their frontline people, and I just believe that that's going to happen. I really do.
Thank you, Mr. Famber. Tony, what is our compromise again, from your perspective?
It was a 3-month probationary period, along with the release of by the employees of their personnel records to the district.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take a recess. I'd actually like to consult with a couple of the employees in private before I move on from this discussion. Don't know if that follows any kind of protocol, but it seems to me, for me anyway, to be the one that makes sense. Mr. Lopez, can you guide us on that issue?
council member of the mayor can request a
That's not on.
recess at any time.
Pending your approval, sir. Just 5 minutes. Move to take a 5-minute recess. And specifically, I would like to meet with any RTD employee or Chili Line employees that are here. We want this to work. This is not meant to be adversarial. I think you understand that. Thank you, sir.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
So if I could meet with Chili Line folks and that, we'll find an open room somewhere. I hope I'm not breaking some kind of law.
Regular session?
So moved.
So moved. We have a second to that?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay.
So, thank you for that break, Mr. Mayor, and our citizens, thank you for your patience. Correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like the employees that are here from the Chili Line have one overwhelming concern, and that is that they not lose their seniority bidding rights for routes. Comments?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Hahn, as you know, we have a collective bargaining agreement, and within the collective bargaining agreement, as you'll probably find in yours, everything is seniority based. Bidding for vacations is seniority based. Bidding for routes is seniority based. Route bidding occurs twice a year, in September and in March. Understanding the concern that the employees had about having to bid for routes and possibly being outbid because of not having the seniority on a Taos route, we did ask the union if they would waive the September bid that's coming up for this area only for that one time, because if this goes through, it'd only have been 2 months that we would have been operating, so we felt that was, it wasn't enough time and what have you. So they haven't answered us yet at this point in time. They have given us no answer at this point in time. I'm concerned that they may say that the collective bargaining agreement, they don't have the ability to waive provisions in there because of the clauses in the collective bargaining agreement that says once it's negotiated, and you can't modify it until it expires and you go into renegotiations. But I don't know for sure. But I've asked them anyway, and they may agree to it or they may not. I'm going to have Mike describe how the bidding normally goes, and I don't know if that'll give the employees any more comfort, but this is what we've seen during the bidding process. So, Mike, why don't you describe it?
So before you start, I want to make sure everybody in the back can hear. Can you guys hear back there when Tony is speaking? Because he's got a soft voice. Thank you.
Okay. Basically, we have 3 predominant locations where employees reside. Up north in the Taos, Chama area, the Espanola area, and the Santa Fe South area. All the routes go up for bid at those 2 times a year.
I'm going to ask him to describe what goes up to bid. Routes you might think is a full day, running a full day service. It's not necessarily that. It's run cuts and what have you that go out for bid. So that's a little explanation.
Okay, you bet. Yeah, when we say the routes go up to bid, they're actually working shifts for the week. What one driver would be doing for a week's worth of work during that time, and it's could be predominantly one route or a combination of 2 routes, or variety of work as compared in the Espanola area where we have several routes operate out of the Espanola area. What we found is that those folks that reside in Espanola area bid on the Espanola area routes. Those folks that reside in the Santa Fe South area bid on those routes. as likewise in the north area as well. We have two folks that the routes start within the location of where they bid, one being the Red River area and the other one being the Penasco area. Those two drivers that bid those routes predominantly live in those areas and take their bus home at night and saves us on deadhead time. The rest of the routes are originated out of the Taos area. And those folks that live close to this area bid on those routes. And so that gravitates people where they live and what their comfortability and their knowledge of the job and the runs that are bid for are within their comfort level of what they know and what they like to do. And the only time that I've seen routes change from one person to another during a bid cycle is in the Espanola area, where someone will decide that, no, I want to try this other route for change, because they don't have to really change their location, and they can try something different. Where it's more unusual up in an area like this, where people pretty much have a smaller, close-knit, and the ownership of their own routes. So they pretty much stick with what they have to do. And that's how our bidding process works. As Mr. Motolero said earlier, we will be talking to the union, and we bring up negotiations again this next year regarding actually putting that into the contract, where we will honor those areas as separate bid areas. So that'll be an additional protection for those people that live in those areas.
Thank you, Mike. So what I hear you saying is our local chili line drivers are going to be bidding on northern Taos routes.
Right.
And so they won't have to get stuck into the problem of having to drive to Santa Fe, to pick up the bus, to drive it up here, to drive it to... Right.
Yeah.
They could, but that's exactly what they want to avoid, is that long commute.
Yes, sir.
So the company's going to do everything it can to keep north in the north, and Espa and Espa, and Fantasy and Fantasy.
There you go.
Okay. The other thing is the release, or rather the 3-month probationary. If I, as an employee, am willing to sign a release, can we drop that down to 3 months? Probationary period?
I think that's what I would say. Yes.
Just confirming that?
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't sign a release, it's at 6
months.
Okay. I'm done.
Any further questions?
Okay. If Tony, feel free to chime in during discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the NCRTD agreements for assumption of the chili line operations and fleet maintenance agreement, with the understanding that drivers in locales will stay in those locales, that if an employee signs a release to release their personnel records, their probationary period can be dropped down to 3 months. No release signed, 6 months.
Tony?
Well, we need a discussion. A second, and then discussion.
Second.
And a second.
Okay.
Tony, discussion?
Mayor and Council Member Hahn, the only thing you're going to need to soften that reference to staying within Taos, because I can't commit that if someone bids and under the current union rules, I have no unilateral ability to say that won't occur.
And that's because of the union contract?
Because of the union
Tony?
contract, yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, you can state it as a desired outcome.
I think that's what we can do.
But I can't commit that I can make that happen.
Tony, can we say
every attempt will be made to, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, but
okay.
Subject to the collective bargaining agreement. I mean, that's what we have to live by, unfortunately, at this time.
Right, but from your perspective, the company's okay with that. It's the collective bargaining agreement that the company needs approval on. Okay.
Yes.
So let's. I withdraw my motion.
Start again.
A second?
Second.
And all in favor? Yes. Okay.
Oh, we just had a motion and a second. We didn't vote. So
And,
you
okay. So I'm going to withdraw my motion, Ms. Renee. Second. Yeah.
Try again.
Okay. I'd like to move that we go ahead and approve the NCRTD agreement for the assumption of the chilling operations and fleet maintenance agreement, acknowledging that the NCRTD will try and will make every attempt to keep drivers in their locales through the bidding process pending union collective bargaining approval.
Mm-hmm.
And in the event that an employee wants to shorten their probationary period from 6 down to 3 months, that they sign a release and NCRTD can obtain that personnel file, and then their probationary period would be reduced to 3 months.
Correct.
Okie dokie, Renee? Okay.
We have a motion on the floor.
Second.
We have a second.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman.
Lastly, during our break, Bill Knief from University of Mexico Taos approached me, and he wanted to stick around, but he had to get going. His concern is as UNM makes a large investment into this downtown area and continues to expand their operations out at Clower, they just wanted to ensure that the level of service remains the same. And that's the routes take shape. I know we've talked about it for a year, but the city's made the investment to help UNM building wise. We continue to help UNM continue their growth pattern, and if we want to continue to foster the educational aspect here within this community, I think it's extremely important that we do keep that level of service evaluated, especially between the university and the downtown area. So again, I think he brings a good point, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say it. So.
And I think, Mr. Mayor, we've got correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, a 1-year agreement that no lines will change.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Hahn and Councilor Gonzalez, in the agreement, and I'll just draw your attention to the section here. The agreement does two things. It notes as an exhibit the current service plan of the Chili line, which incorporates the UNM Clower route, and that was route information back 5-6 months ago when we were working on the exchange of the Taos Express and the UNM Clower route. That my staff had met with UNM and worked towards that end to get a service that would meet their needs, and we conveyed that to the town here, and the town pretty much adopted that. And secondarily, if you look under recital B, probably this third paragraph, it says the NCRTD will initially operate the Chili lines for approximately 1 full year in substantially the same time, place, and manner as currently provided by the town.
Thank you.
Mr. Bellis, I think there was a little clarification need to be made on.
If it's acceptable to the NCRTD, there was one thing we discussed which unfortunately our side hasn't gotten to, and that is on page 20, attachment C, assets transferred. There is a list of vehicles, and we described in our previous meeting 2 buses, 2 vans that are not in service, and that we had intended to retire out of that fleet, and we haven't had a chance to remove them from that list. So,
Tony?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ballas, if you'll recall at the end of our conversation that day, we said since you were willing to pay for special services and that's what you wanted to utilize those vehicles for, we were willing to provide those special services and being compensated for those, so we saw no need to remove that fleet from the list. And we did say that, and I also mentioned it in my email I sent you when I conveyed this document to you.
I think we'd still prefer to keep those vehicles and have no problem with that should we work out an agreement, because at this time I don't think you or I are in a position to identify what that extra service would cost.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ballas, some of these exhibits are going to have to change anyway. For example, the full inventory of assets and what have you is not completed, and I hope, like our board, the council is approving that with the ability of the staff to modify those exhibits once we get through that inventory of assets. Likewise, I think we can look at the furtherance of the discussion of that fleet that you've referenced here, as well as long as the council gives you the ability to do so. My board has to me, so hopefully you'll get the same.
And Mr. Mayor, that's all we're asking for is the staff at NCRTD has been extremely helpful and flexible, and I'm sure we can work this out. There's always minor details you find at the end that you need to make adjustments on. And I would just ask that that be included in the language of the resolution as an amendment.
Could you repeat that then, Mr. Bellis?
For staff to be given latitude to work out the schedules.
No, to modify the attachments regarding the transfer of assets.
Thank you.
Do I need to repeat that, Madam Clerk, from the top? Okay. So I withdraw that second motion.
Okay. Second.
Second.
Okay. And here is the third and final motion. I'd like to move to approve the NCRTD agreements for the assumption of chili line operations and fleet maintenance agreement with the understanding that the NCRTD will make every attempt to keep drivers in their locales. Number one. Number two, that employees who are willing to sign a release may turn their personnel records over to the NCRTD and thereby shorten their probationary period from 6 down to 3 months. For those not willing to sign off on a release, and there's no pressure here, their probationary period is 6 months, number two. And number three, that time will be allotted for staff and staff at NCRTD to modify capital equipment being transferred over. Did I get that about right?
Capital equipment asset lists. Okay. The capital equipment asset lists that are...
modify the capital equipment list?
Lists under exhibit...
Under exhibit
C.
C.
I should say attachment C.
Attachment C. What page do you have there?
20. That's the main one.
Page 20, attachment C. So that is the motion. Does that work for you, Mr. Bellis?
Absolutely.
Mr. Tony, does that work for you? Mike?
Yes, sir, it does.
Mr. Fambro? Okay.
So we have a motion to have a second.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Hunt.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. I want to thank the employees for sharing with us some of their insights.
Thank you very much, and it's we're looking forward to it. I know our board is as well, and I think it's end up going to be beneficiary to all parties here, and we will be at your meetings giving you updates and giving you information. So please don't hesitate to call me, or you know where the chair and the other board member reside, so they'll always be available to provide you information you may seek as well.
I just want to thank you for your patience, perseverance, and tenacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll go on to item F, budget for Cesar Chavez Day townwide yard sale. Presentation on the possible approval of a budget for Cesar Chavez Day and town yard sale in August 2015. Mr. Rick.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, fellow council people, Mr. Bellis. The recent Cesar Chavez Day was on March 31st and was planned as a prelude to the weekend of special tourist attraction events that are going to be happening on August 1st. Gosh, you'd think I'd be used to talking in front of you guys. I still get nervous. Before you have a copy of the New Mexico Statute, Chapter 3, Section 38, Article 22, a copy of a letter that was written and sent to the mayor and the council in April of last year. A copy of Taos News Post made Saturday, August 30th, 2014, and 2 sample flyers. And I also wish to thank Judy Esquivel for all the efforts that she's put into working on these flyers. On Saturday, August 30th, 2014, a post from the Taos News entitled, "Opening on Town of Taos Budget Tax Committees," the Taos News released and wrote, citing Taos News staff as the author. The Office of Town Manager and Rick Bellis' town email was given as a contact. The article's opening sentence states, "The Town of Taos is forming a series of committees to gather ongoing citizen, business, and industry professional input on how it will spend nearly $1 million annually on marketing, advertising, tourism, and events." Furthermore, 4 paragraphs down, the following is also stated. The Events Committee will work with local promoters and venues to establish an annual series of cultural and seasonal signature events for locals and tourists to help implement or augment the tourism plan. According to Statutes 3, entitled Municipalities, Section 38, Licenses and Taxes, Section 22, Advisory Board Created Duties, 2014, under D, the Advisory Board shall submit to the Mayor and Council or County Commission recommendations for the expenditures of funds authorized pursuant to the Lodgers Tax Act for advertising, publicizing, and promoting tourist-related attractions, facilities, and events in the respective counties and municipalities. As a member of the Town of Taos Lodgers Tax Advisory Board and as the chair of the Special Events Committee, whose criteria dictates that my committee work with local promoters and venues to establish an annual series of cultural and seasonal signature events for locals and tourists to help implement and augment the tourism plan, I have come to you to submit to the Mayor and Council recommendations for the expenditures of funds that are authorized pursuant to the Lodgers Tax Act for advertising, publicizing, and promoting tourist-related attractions. For the weekend of August 1st and 2nd, an ad hoc committee has come together. Seeing time as a challenge, this committee was formed to make things happen quickly in the hopes of pumping up municipal revenues and offer the possibility of a small economic stimulus for the entire community. And the work to support the ability of the Special Events Committee to take the plan and these tourist attraction events and promote these 2 attractions grounded on our first annual series of cultural tourism and yard sale tourism. The cultural tourism event will occur on one day, Saturday, and consists of bringing an academic aspect of theatro, drama, documentaries, paneled educational discussions. Of course, dancers and musical entertainment will be part of the day but this day is a cultural event planned as a celebration in recognition of the 45 years since the signing of the United Farm Workers Bill, a great victory in the civil rights movement. This is a cultural tourism aspect of the weekend. As for the yard sale tourism aspect of the weekend, it will occur for the entire weekend. We plan to promote this throughout the entire state, southern Colorado, and targeted areas of those states which border New Mexico. Yard sailing has become an American pastime and is trending into a recreational activity. Cable television has programs focused on it. Has anyone seen Pickers, Market Warriors, Flea Market Flip? This yard sale extends along the highway going from Addison, Michigan to Gadsden, Alabama. 690 miles and goes through 6 states. Communities along the route report increase in municipal revenues as a result of this event. I would like to ask everybody to wrap their mind around the possibilities with this first annual yard sale tourism that can bring to our small town a great revenue. I want to remind you about a conversation we were having yesterday, just before our meeting ended at the end of the day. And it was pertaining to the Mother's Day event that happened in the park. And as Mr. Cordova came in earlier, he was talking about how many people had come from surrounding states, from Utah, from Colorado, from Texas. And if we advertise this just right, the people that this can bring in can be enormous. This is something that we can build on. And if we advertise from Carlsbad to Farmington, from Tucumcari to Gallup, from Las Cruces to southern Colorado, this is Taos's largest New Mexico's largest yard sale. And people are going to be watching us. This is going to be something that other communities such as Espanola, Los Alamos, Las Vegas are going to be watching us to see how successful we are at this. And if we can bring so many people in for this yard sale, to stay in our hotels and to eat at our restaurants and to buy our gasoline from our gas stations and to go to Smith's or any of our grocery stores, it's going to have a great impact on our GRTs here. Cesar Chavez, excuse me, I should have brought a glass of water. My mouth is dry. Can I get one? You had a chance to look at the flyers?
Yeah.
These are something I really would like to distribute as quickly as possible to as many people as possible here in the community to see who's going to participate. If we're going to invite so many people here, we need to have participants. And Judy Escabel put this together. It's something we were wanting to put in the backpacks of the children and to actually send through the water billing that the town of Taos does, and put them in locations where people can see them so that we can get an RSVP, so we can basically get an idea of how many people would be interested in participating in this yard sale and gathering them. This one here is also it's just a sample flyer of the Cesar Chavez Day. Nothing is cemented yet, although I would really like to do that. I'm going to pass these out.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
These budgets here don't have the stamp of the town of Taos at this point, because I really would like this to be approved. And if it's approved, then we could put the town of Taos stamp on it.
So you, Councilwoman, you have a number of people listed on this, I guess.
These are people that I've been speaking with.
Are these people that are going to volunteer to do this?
We have a line item on the budget for entertainment. It is something we are trying to get people to donate their times. Not everybody's willing to do that. I don't believe this is anything that needs to be voted on. This is through the Special Events Committee, through the lodger's tax. And in accordance to the state statute, if you read item D, the advisory board shall submit to the mayor and council or county commission recommendations for the expenditures of funds authorized pursuant to the Lodgers Tax Act for advertising, publicizing, promoting tourist-related attractions, facilities, and events in the respective counties and municipalities, which was also what was spoken about in the Taos News article. Recommendations isn't necessarily a vote.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of order, we couldn't, with the exception of the advertising, we couldn't fund this out of the lodger's tax. The events that we funded so far, like, for example, Solar Fest, they took all marketing money, so we could use lodger's tax for that. Mr. Cordova's event, since he gets his marketing as a trade-off, he wanted production costs like this, so we used general fund monies to fund those. So we could do the same thing here. We could divide out the $12,500 under marketing and some of the associated costs with advertising and use lodger's tax for that. But the rest of it, like the honorariums, facilities rental, we have to take out of the general fund.
Well, I'm bringing it to you so that you can look at it and approve it or make recommendations.
And I know we had a celebration recently. I guess we celebrated his birthday. Is that correct?
It was his birthday. March 31st is a National Cesar Chavez day on his birthday.
And there was some money that was spent, and I guess that money that was spent we used for advertisement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And
there was also a lot of in-kind on that day as well, which was turned into the to Francella. Was going to turn it into Marietta, so the town has that information.
I just looking at your budget, Counselor. I $36,000 for an. We talked the other day about making sure that any money that we spent within our community or community events, that it had some kind of guarantee that we're going to bring people back to our community. I don't have trouble spending the money. I just have trouble that we want to make sure that we have some kind of, a proven thing. I know the Mother's Day celebration, in the past we've funded them in the somewhere of $6,000 range. As they were starting, as they continue to grow, and you see the crowds of people that they've provided. Same with the other events. I think that we've supplied, I think, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. I know we had, and we have this type of turnout. In the previous event, I don't know what our turnouts were. what was the budget that you worked with?
$5,000.
And of that $5,000, how much did we spend?
I don't have that figure with me right at the moment. It was Mr. Bellis. Do you recall?
There was, I believe, about $1,600 left out of the $5,000.
So about $3,400. And what kind of?
It was 38. Yeah.
And what kind of response did we have?
There was approximately 50 to 60 people that attended that event. It was a prelude to these two events. The potential to these events is enormous. If you really think about it in advertising it, the way that a big event could be advertised in the most frugal of ways, because now it's social media, and I would need to be working with Renee Robertson on this to see how we could best market this. But the possibility of bringing so many people in for cultural tourism and yard sale tourism is enormous. It is a first-time thing to try. It can be very successful. I see this growing exponentially in the future. There's also an educational aspect, which I don't want to squeeze Mr. Cordova out here from his explanation on.
And I'm excited about that because I know that we applied for a grant that would help facilitate that. I'm hoping we receive that grant. I know I signed off on that grant, and that's a great opportunity within our community to do some of those type of things. The other question that I had on it says 7 miles. I know you said countywide, or is it just townwide? And if it's countywide, have we got the buy-in from the county, from Cuesta and from the county here, and are they willing to be part of it? Because I know in some of the research I did too is that when you have a big yard sale and people don't sell things, they just leave it. And so there's going to have to be a cleanup after that, and we want to make sure that they're on board to help with that portion of the cleanup.
This is something that I had presented in March to the county. However, because the time was limited, August 1st isn't too far down the road, I had to make a decision to go ahead and just make it a town event this year through the Special Events Committee. The amount of volunteers is also limited, and so this year, if we can make it successful in the town of Taos, I would love to include the county in a second annual yard sale. The potential of bringing a lot of people in for this weekend is enormous. And the Cesar Chavez celebration for the signing of the United Farm Workers Bill has gotten a lot of positive reaction. In fact, I wanted to read you an email on that, which I'll get shortly. But I'm going to let Mr. Cordova speak with you about what he's bringing to the table. I'm going to get my email.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bellis, my name's Arsenio Cordova, and Judy, Councilwoman Cantu, contacted myself and my family early on, as far as helping her to bring this cultural event to fruition, to be able to bring in. First of all, I'd like to say is that I'm not one that fails. And I, and my family, those of you that know us, know that we're educators and that we wouldn't get involved in anything that we thought was not going to be successful. I'd like to thank Linda Perry and Judy Esquivel and Rick Bellis for being there when, we've been meeting on a weekly basis with them, but on the side we have also been meeting with different people at the universities and at the University New Mexico level, University of Adams State and Northern, to see if we can involve their students in Chicano studies. I have 2 master's degrees. One of them was emphasis on Southwest studies and Chicano studies. My daughter also cultural studies, has her doctorate in cultural studies, and her name is Teresa. She is very successful in her teaching at the University of New Mexico. My wife is a retired doctor of education, worked at the schools and at the college level. So we are all involved in this particular effort, plus other professors, other law degree people that we have contacted that are willing to help us. We have people that have dealt with the acequias. We have people that have dealt with farm workers. I felt very upset about the Taos News article that came out last week. And, the reason I did that, I felt upset, is because I was here at that council meeting. Mr. Mayor, you were not here. It was chaired by Councilman Hahn. And, throughout the meeting, there was consensus that when Mr. Peralta brought up the budget for that initial May 31st, everybody agreed. There was no dissension from any of the council members. However, Robert's Rules of Order were not followed because there was not a motion made. Now when we left here, everybody had felt that there was consensus among all the participants of the council. Who do I fault? Well, maybe Councilman Cantu didn't make a motion, but the chairman, the manager, somebody should have said, we need a motion on this, Mr. Peralta, because of the budget that you just presented for the March 31st. So there's a lot of blame to go around everywhere. We just can't be silent about those things because during that period there was consensus. Going on to the program that we have planned on the educational side is that we would like to have some panels, possibly at the old county courthouse, throughout the weekend of August 1st and 2nd. We'll get some people that are here. On March 31st, we brought people from Colorado. We brought people from different places to be on panels when we showed the struggle in the fields presentation. Those people all came in kind. They were friends of ours that have worked in the Chicano movement and came down. What we have planned is an essay and poster contest, a committee that's chaired by Dr. Catherine Cordova, for the elementary kids, for the high school kids, and for the middle school kids. A poster, and they will be the younger kids will be poster contest for them for second and third place. For the middle school and high school, it'd be an essay contest and also a poster contest. Now that is going to include judges. We have already contacted people, educators, that are willing to participate in being judges for the essays, and artists who are willing to participate in being the judges for the posters. We have planned I taught theater at the university, a play, Chicano theater, a play called No Saco Nada de la Escuela, which was written by Luis Valdez during the period of the farm workers' struggle. And also Corky Gonzalez wrote an epic poem called I Am Joaquin. And, it would be good for all elected officials and educators to attend that particular performance. We met with the TCA. I don't know what, supposedly they told us that the town can use the TCA 30 days out of the year, but when we started talking, there were all kinds of hidden costs there, lighting and all this, and I didn't, I'd have to find a venue wherein to practice and things like that. After a meeting with she has the name of a tree. What is it? Juniper. After meeting with Juniper at the TCA, I then went to the Harwood Foundation and asked if the possibility of maybe doing the run-throughs at the Harwood, doing a performance the night before the main performance at the TCA, because I was conscious of the cost that we might have to pay for somebody to be there for a couple of hours, and I didn't want to do a run through the same day that we were going to do the performance. We have suggestions from the committee that we have, that they would like to have ongoing films and panels, discussions, and historical discussions, educational discussions at the Old County Courthouse during those particular days. And we have some commitment from those people already. We have contacted the different universities, the schools, and we will contact all the elected officials, in the community here. I have attended many of the conferences. I'm a composer of music for Oregon Catholic Press, and I have attended many National Pastoral Musicians conferences and Southwest Liturgical conferences, and been a presenter at those. And hopefully, we'll get those attractions. I also served on the National Hispanic Culture Center Board. They will be willing to post this activity in their website and attract nationally some of the people that might come in. For the Taos Fiestas, I always have a party at my house, and we get about 100 and some people, so I've done my share of larger stacks people because I can't house 150 people. So so I have done my share of that. I can also do my share on this one, and we do own, my daughter owns Las Pistoleras Cultural de Arte center, a cultural center there in El Prado. And, we have many programs where we've been trying to educate people on cultural sensitivity issues. And this could be a tremendous attraction, and if they see my name, they'll come.
Councilor.
Councilwoman Cantu, I am really grateful for your leadership and effort on this. But as we've talked about at the latest Cesar Chavez meeting, I believe a week or so ago, I have huge concerns about the legality.
That is why I brought
Excuse me, I have not interrupted anyone,
I'm sorry.
So I do have a lot to say about this, so I'd appreciate everyone's patience. But I would like to turn to our legal counsel and have clear boundaries drawn as to where a counselor can get involved in an event or not. Mr. Lopez. And then I'd like to take the floor back, Mr. Mayor, after that. Mr. Lopez, sir, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Hahn, I'm not sure I understand if there's actually a question.
The question is, we have 10 days ago, I requested of Councilwoman Cantu and the committee that Councilwoman Cantu take a degree of separation, a firewall, if you will, and have a committee, the Cesar Chavez Celebration Committee, established so that Councilwoman Cantu then could step back and not be in direct control of the public purse. And so, from my perspective, when I looked at this agenda item today, I was hoping actually for all of us to be sitting up here and actually meeting the Cesar Chavez Committee with their proposal. But that's not happening. We have a councilwoman, albeit with a big heart and the right spirit, trying to get this thing off the ground. But I'm concerned about the legality of her direct involvement with public funding, the lodger's tax funding, in initiating or launching this event. And I would like a legal analysis of just exactly what a counselor can or cannot do. If you need time to look in this, I'm willing to table it until our next meeting. If you already know the answer to this, happy to listen. And then after that, I do have other questions about the event. But let it be said, let it be understood by all, I'm grateful for Councilwoman Cantu's effort. We need to do this correctly. Mr. Cordova had mentioned the newspaper last week, and so there are some concerns there, and I'm worried that one of our counselors, I just don't want to see any of us up here transgress the law in any fashion. So that's the question to you, Mr. Lopez. We need your direction as to what is the correct way for a counselor to launch or support the launching of an event like this. What can he or she do? What can they not do? Does that make sense?
It makes a little bit of sense. I think in order to analyze what I believe you're presenting, I need to be able to ascertain what the facts are. But what I hear you saying is that there's a possibility of conflict of interest.
Correct.
Councilmember Cantu just handed to me New Mexico statutes annotated section 33822, which is under the Lodgers Tax Act, and paragraph D is highlighted, and it says that the advisory board shall submit to the mayor and council or county commission recommendations for the expenditures of funds authorized pursuant to the Lodgers Tax Act for advertising, publicizing, and promoting tourist-related attractions, facilities, and events in the respective counties and municipalities. I'm not sure that I understand the relationship between the Lodgers Tax Act and what concerns you are expressing, Councilmember Hahn. I will say, though, that when I was at the county, Mr. Malone and I did some extensive research with regard to elected officials' conflicts of interest. And the New Mexico law on conflicts of interest seems to center on any elected official having a potential financial interest in anything appearing before the body upon which they serve, which would be to say that they receive some financial gain or potential financial gain from any issue that appears before them. And in that respect, they would have to recuse themselves from participation in that. I don't know if those the facts here support that type of concern or not, and it's something that I cannot render any opinion on until I know exactly what the facts are. But as I am accustomed to do, as you know from prior experience, sometimes I just think aloud a little bit to give some sort of analysis so everybody can think, and hopefully we can all get on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. So I hear you saying then that if you had a little bit more time, you could guide us, and you could guide the councilwoman into the appropriate actions.
Perhaps.
And can I interrupt this for a second? It sounds like, Floyd, that he's asking is if Councilor Cantu sat on this board and created this event, then can she, because she created it and she's asking for the expenditures, she's asking for expenditures for travel, can then she sit on the board up here and make the decision for approval after she's already approved it in the other event? I believe, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, but that's the recusal that Floyd is referring to.
Mr. Chair, if I might say something.
Excuse me, Mr. Cordova. I just want to keep this going. Floyd, you were going to say something?
Well, that it sits on which board? You're not talking about the town council. You're talking about another board
that created this.
Councilwoman Cantu, thanks to her big-hearted, generous nature, is part of the LTAB. So I have a question about a councilor being an official member of the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. I have a conflict of interest there. I have no problem with counselors attending those meetings. I do have a problem with the counselors sitting on that board. Underneath the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board, there are 4 subcommittees. One of those subcommittees is events. Councilwoman Cantu sits on that board and chairs that board as well.
Committee.
And I have a problem with that. A counselor sitting on an LTAB sub-board. We have the issue that came up with the original Cesar Chavez thing. Let me address Mr. Cordova's assertion about the meeting that I chaired as Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, the way the discussion went down that night, or that afternoon, was that I believe Councilman Peralta asked Councilwoman Cantu how much she would need. Councilwoman Cantu said $2,700. Councilman Peralta said, oh, that's not enough. We ought to give her $5,000. Now, there was no discussion after that, Mr. Cordova. There was no consensus. There was no vote. It came up during matters from council. During matters of council, it is inappropriate to make motions. You can discuss whatever you want to discuss, but there can be no actions taken under item 11, matters and reports from the council. So as Mayor Pro Tem, without my fellow councilors saying, gee, you know what, Fritz, we'd like to see that on our next agenda, I took no action. So Councilman Peralta's generosity with the taxpayers' funds is duly noted, but there was never any discussion, approval, consensus of any sort. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Cordova, and I'm not done yet, so as a matter of fact, that implied, not only because of where it was at the agenda, but because there was no discussion, no formal motions, no nothing, that no action should have been taken. In fact, there probably shouldn't have been any action on the $2,700. I'd have to go back in my notes and see if we ever gave formal approval for that. I don't believe we ever did. So what's happening here is we have a fantastic counselor who is trying to push an idea forward, but I'm very concerned that she is treading on thin ice. I'm not saying a committee, so there's no firewall. In fact, I don't really know who the committee is other than you and Dr. Cordova's, 2 of them, Kathy and Tessa, and Mr. Bellis and staff. And that's inappropriate. We need a real living committee. So that being said, I do want legal's opinion. I do think we should table this if that so is the wishes of the council. I want to point out that the town of Taos is sponsoring this event, I believe. Is that, or considering sponsoring this event? Is that true? So we do need that citizens council. We can't have the town sponsoring an event that has Judy's name, Councilwoman's name as the primary contact number.
No, that's Judy Escobar.
For
Judy Escobar.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Okay, well, good. That's a little bit of that, but I have concerns about that. So from my perspective, it was like this. If a committee walked in here today, I was going to be thrilled to see you with us up here and not over there. But that hasn't happened. So from my perspective, then that limits our choice to tabling for the moment. The committee actually has to have a designee that works with Renee, who then would refer to Rick or Judy as the case may be. Remember, one of your own committee members, Daniel, I forget his last name.
Escalante.
Yeah. He was pretty jazzed about it, but he said, guys, keep it small. Think small. Start small and let it grow. I remember when we started the Taos Herb Company 35 years ago. A good day was a $5 day. We started small. Now it's got 19 families working for it. And that's taken 35 years to do that. But when I look at your budget, I think we're heading in the right direction. But I got to point out to you that for Solar Fest, we spend $15,000, not $36,000. For Mother's Day, 6 to 15, not 36. For the barn dance, 15, not 36. All the big events are coming in at 15 or less. And so, Councilwoman and Mr. Cordova, I beg you to think this is an entrepreneurial startup, very much worthy, but we don't want to throw tens of thousands of dollars at a startup. We want to grow it the way Taos has grown, naturally, small, individuals. I would like to see this turn into an annual event, but it's not. Anecdotal evidence, it's not an annual event yet. It's a startup. Yeah. The anecdotal evidence supports a giant garage sale from Minneapolis to New Orleans. Well, okay, that's anecdotal, but we have no idea. And I think we have to look at the unintended consequences, okay? Unintended consequences are darknesses that we don't always want to pay attention to. Unintended consequences like, and this is going to hurt, so I apologize. So, beautiful spouse, we're going up to Taos for a garage weekend sale. Really? Why would I want to buy a lot of second-hand stuff? I might be more inclined to go to Cesar Chavez's. In fact, I know I would be, to hear lectures and stories and movies. But I don't know. I really question whether it's a draw. You may be right. I'd like to give it a chance. But here's the compromise I'm asking for. Please, you come up here with us. That's what the people elected you to do. We need a committee, Mr. Cordova, and it's got to be more than the Cordova family.
Let me
I got the floor, Mr. Cordova. I did not interrupt you, sir, and I'm going to hold you to it. So I beg your forgiveness. But we need more than just one family supporting the event. Daniel suggested, tone it down. Think small. Start small. Let it grow naturally. I want to go on. I'm almost done. And I do appreciate your patience, Mr. Cordova. And, yes, you will have the floor if the mayor approves. Certainly I would, but Dan's a different man. I'm very, when we came through our budget hearings yesterday, we are totally maxed out. We are so totally maxed out that our balance sheet is in a hoped for scenario even. But funding this event is going to put us under $36,000. We need to work with each other on this, Arsenio. Judy, I'm asking you for startup capital, not the full BAM. Man, if this thing takes off in August and our little investment really shows good promise for next year, hey, let's keep going. It's just like Darren Cordova with his Mother's Day concert. When it started 12 years ago after the big box battles, it was a little $3,000 kick. But slowly over time, it's increased, right? He has grown that business. We are after GRTs. I question people driving up to do a garage sale. I may be wrong, and slap me twice if I am. I hope I am. But I got to tell you, I'm not seeing that as a big draw up here. Almost done. There are some structural systems issues that have to be dealt with. It's great to say that we want the park on the 1st and 2nd, but has a presentation been made to the DRC committee? Has Gilbert been contacted? Has he reserved the park for you? Has he collaborated with the manager to make sure everybody's on the same page? And have you talked to the business owners over across the park whom we are going to hear from when they find out that we're using that park again across the street from their businesses, and they're going to complain about parking? Have you talked to those businesses? Not yet, but I'm sure you will. But they're just as vocal as the Plaza merchants, and I love them all. And they're trying to do their businesses, but they get hurt every time we do a big event in the park. Has LTAB and the events committee been approached? At the last LTAB meeting, Councilwoman, you had said, I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had resigned as chair of the events committee. But now, who is the chair? Who is leading events? Anybody? I think not. I think it's lost. It's the KISS method. Keep it simple. let's take Daniel's advice. Separate yourself from the monies. Let's rely on Floyd and his expert advice. We came into office talking about honesty and transparency, and this smacks like an old bro deal. Nothing's going out to bid yet, although it is early. There's been just kind of a very small group of people organizing this. Nothing wrong with that. Everything has to start small. But I'm asking us now to let's really do it right. And so I think that perhaps we could study this issue a little bit more in a work study. I'm going to suggest that we table it until we hear back from Mr. Lopez, because I don't want anyone on this council getting accused of inappropriate or behavior or malfeasance or anything like that. So, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for your patience, and I'm begging your approval. Could I yield to Mr. Cordova? Unless...
I'll wait till...
Okay. I just want to make sure council didn't have anything. Go ahead, Mr. Cordova.
Okay, Mr. Hahn, you went to one meeting, and you kind of talked about these obstacles to such a program during that particular time. But I must say that, David, Petra, Rael, it's not the Cordovas, David and Petra Rael are on that committee. Escalante is on that committee. Deborah Gonzalez is on that committee. We have Michelle Lewis is on that committee. And other people that we're inviting. I have presided over the last couple of meetings. She asked me to, the councilwoman asked me to preside because of those concerns that you brought up. To preside at those particular meetings. If you will bear with me, the agenda for this week is to assign the different people to the different committees that's on the agenda for Thursday night. I will be presiding over that meeting also. Mr. Bellis, Ms. Perry have both been at the meetings, and I'm very grateful to Shirley at the library, who is willing to post the essay contest and everything else at the library during that particular time for an educational thing. Now, when you say, how you discussed it, I don't know who was on the Dennis Hopper committee, but, it happened, didn't it? And we spend money on that. But, I kind of resent the fact that you would say that it's only the Cordovas and, that are going into this enterprise. I'm a historian, and I know my history of Taos. Conflict of interest. Is it a conflict of interest for you to sign a petition to change the name of the park again when it's going to come before you for a vote? What are the conflicts of interest? I mean, you signed that petition, and you accuse Councilwoman Cantu of saying that she has a conflict of interest by having and discussing things that are going to be brought before the council. As a council member, I would hope that you and Mayor and Councilman Gonzalez or anybody else would be innovative enough to bring before this community different cultural events. We talk about it. We say, oh, no, we're a multicultural situation, and, we got to, so let's celebrate 100 years of Taos. Okay, that we approve that, and we give funds to 100 years of Taos. I just, Popeye destroyed the Spanish in 1680, didn't he? So are we going to change that history in Washington, D.C. and remove his statue? Are we going to reinvent history because somebody wants to sing Kumbaya at the park? Let's face it, there are a lot of issues, and history has a way of coming back to bite us sometimes. But we can change history. We can change our attitudes. But I feel that the attitudes that were allowed at one of the council meetings, where one council member was attacked because I heard a lot of racial statements. I'll be very honest with you. Isaac Gonzalez was one of my best friends. And, they attacked Councilman Gonzalez's father in this particular chamber. Why? Because he was Hispanic? Why? Because, what was the reason to do that?
So, what's your point?
My point is that we should celebrate. We should celebrate, Mr. Barrone, our culture and our traditions. And we have brought something before you. But, it's not the Cordovas that are bringing it before you. I am willing to help any of you that would want to have such an event. If you don't want to fund it, maybe somebody else will. But it's just something that is part of our culture, part of our tradition, part of our gardening. You're going to have another proposal coming before you that we stop farming altogether because we want to use the Rio Grande for rafting. That's already out there. And they'll be bringing that resolution before you. You already closed up the spring ditch. What the heck? Might as well.
Can we move forward on this,
other thing?
Well, so Mr. I haven't been acknowledged.
Go ahead.
Well,
and then we'll go back to you, Chair.
All right. Mr. Cordova, thank you.
Keep it quick.
I'm going to keep it real quick. I was hoping to see a committee, a chairperson with a formal presentation and a realistic budget. So I'm not seeing any of that. I do think, however, your plan of meeting later this week to elect a chair and the formal committee is absolutely where we need to go. And that's and so I really want to table this until we hear from the committee. I want to separate Councilwoman Cantu. It's great for her to be an advocate, just like signing a petition is advocacy for what you believe in. But right now, we're talking about $36,000 in one way or another being influenced by her, and she's going to be held to a very high bar. And I don't think that's fair to her. So we need a committee, and I'm going to suggest that we table it, number one, and bring it back to meet the committee and to look at their recommendations. So that's number one. Number two, I'm going to suggest that...
Councilor, can we give Councilor Cantu a minute, and then you can bring those recommendations?
I'm going to suggest that perhaps we deal with a budget of $6,000, not $36,000. And finally, I'm going to suggest, Mr. Chavez, in a lot of people's eyes, is a saint. I want to see the family's permission for us to use his name. And perhaps the committee's working on it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I just feel like there's so much more left to say, and you took 45 minutes in this to rant. There's not a conflict of interest, which is why I brought this state statute, which is something Floyd can look at and know that for yourself. There's not a conflict of interest. Like you were assigned to the landfill board, I was assigned to the lodger's tax. I am the chair for the special events committee. I am not going to benefit from this in any way, shape, or form. All these is my own ink, my own paper. I put my own money into it. I put a lot of my own money into this. This isn't a benefit for me. In fact, on this statute, one of the highlighted areas that you have one member who is a resident of the municipality and represents the general public. That's me. I also happen to be the chair of the Special Events Committee, which I'm not going to be benefited from this whatsoever. This is an economic stimulus. We talk about arts and cultural district. What more cultural is Cesar Chavez to our people? We're doing this as frugally as we can. We haven't nailed any of the entertainment. If I'm going to try to get any of the entertainment to do this as a public service for free. The yard sale, if you wrap your mind around a yard sale that is the largest in New Mexico and you advertise it right, it will bring a lot of people here. And we need to have participants if we're going to be advertising that it's the largest yard sale in New Mexico. The economic stimulus the potential is enormous to get people to stay in our hotels, buy the gasoline, go to the grocery stores, spend their money in our shops, visit Taos Pueblo, the Gorge, everywhere in Taos. This is what it's about. It's a chance that we're taking. Yeah. This the 36,000. Well, there's a contingency of 20% on that, which there's a real good possibility we may just do half of this. It was just. It's also a budget. I turned into town manager Bellis, who also worked on this. There's not a conflict of interest, and which is why I brought this for Floyd for him to review. This is a state statute. And what is requested in Section D is also exactly what was in the Taos News as Mr. Bellis spoke to the Taos News back in August. There is a committee. They're my group of small miracle workers. There's about a dozen people. But I actually don't have to give up the chair according to this statute. This isn't about me. This is about the community of Taos. This is looking at a town-sponsored event and a possibility of bringing. Well, you saw the people at Darren's. Although he's been working on that for 14 years. Yeah, I can't anticipate that many people at a first-time event. But what I was going to read to you, this is being heard about all over. People from Denver are so excited to come down here, and they are contacting Cesar Chavez's family for me, so I will be in contact with them this week. And this one I received this morning. It's an incredible email. Good morning, Ms. Cantu. I am writing because I learned that Taos is planning its first annual Cesar Chavez celebration. As a 32-year-old grassroots community-based farm worker organization, the Farm Worker Association of Florida, who heard about this, applauds this effort of and by the Taos community to recognize and honor a great social justice leader whose legacy has meant so much to so many farm workers around the country. Cesar Chavez's work of giving hope to hundreds of thousands of farm workers and his self-sacrifice para la causa are an inspiration to all of us that continues to live on decades after his passing. His life story and his work continue to motivate so many in the struggle for better living and working conditions for farm workers. And the letter goes on. It's quite a long one. But even in Florida, they've already heard about this. So the potential is enormous. I think that, going small, yeah, we can go small. But I don't think we should kill this right out of the chute.
And I don't think anybody's trying to kill it, Judy. I don't think that was Councilor Han's intent. Is there a way to separate these two events?
Cesar Chavez.
I mean, this event right here is great. I think this is an event that's a cultural event. It's an event that we can bring people here with. I'd rather us be known for our culture and history and music and dance and that. I don't want us to be known as the largest yard sale in the country. We need to have buy-in. I would love to see a number of people. I think this is a great event. And Mr. Cordova, are you going to be volunteering your time to do the things that you're doing?
I am volunteering my time, and we've been doing that. We were written into the grant for that was written there as educators, to do that, but they had to have the names of Linda Perry had to have the names of the people that were going to be involved in the panels and stuff.
So, but if the grant isn't approved,
my commitment is to get this going.
Some of this money,
all my life I've done things for free, so this would be no exception. Okay.
The yard sale, though, it's a full weekend. In fact, July 30th, I am looking into having a celebration and a vigil in Taos Plaza because Cesar Chavez was known for nonviolence. And to invite the community to a community vigil at the kiosk for the murdered women whose murders have not been solved in Taos, for all the youth, for a healing for the drug addiction and alcoholism and domestic violence on the 30th would be a way to start it. Cesar Chavez is on one day, and it's going to be in the back of the park where the Mother's Day event was. The yard sale is going to be, part of it's going to be in the front, part of it's going to be at the county courthouse, part of it is going to be at different business locations, the banks. I have yet to speak to so many people. I'm jumping into this completely volunteering, including my ink. You know how much ink I've gone through with this? It's expensive, and it's on my nickel. I'm not asking the town to print these things.
As we all do, Councillor. I think we all commit a lot of money and a lot of time.
But a yard sale, a first time, they're big things. You Google them, you see what's happening in the rest of the country. I quoted some of the shows that people are watching now on cable television that are extremely popular, and the potential for this, and other people may just want to join in. Espanola, Santa Fe, Las Vegas, Los Alamos, who knows? They're going to be watching us. It's a first-time tried thing. And yard sales are big, and Taos has extremely good yard sales. And to make it a weekend event would be for 2 days. And also what I left off there is the Marcus family dancers from Taos Pueblo, a drum group, and also possibly dance group from Jicarilla, the White Mountain Apache dancers, to make it a full weekend so that people would want to stay here for the entire weekend and try to make this a popular thing. We talk about arts and cultural. Well, what more cultural than Cesar Chavez? And a yard sale? Anyway, I'm going to just go ahead and stop right there. But people are hearing about this from Denver to Florida and other places.
And we applaud, I really applaud the Cesar Chavez. That's a great event. I think that's an event that we can move through. I think we can find a way to separate the two and adjust the budget for that. I think would be a great thing. We went through our budget hearing, and I don't know in this budget cycle that we just completed, that we just are approved or gave preliminary approval to bring to us. I don't think that money was built in there. This would have to be in our next fiscal year, and if you're trying to advertise today, I don't think that's possible. But I don't know. I'd have to turn to Mr. Bellis.
We're like the farm workers. We do campesino wages. We're not Dennis Hoppers.
And come over, and I will be glad to help you any way I can, as you know.
There was a motion by Councilman Peralta to include money that would go past the fiscal year for possibilities of events that would be coming after.
I think that was already spent.
Yeah.
That was already spent.
Been allocated. But we could research it.
We'll have to research this. Anyway, yeah. I think Mr. Councilman Gonzalez.
So, Mr. Mayor, after hearing the debate and everything that, it all resonates, everything that we've constantly, and I know I've constantly asked this administration to clearly define the role of what council is. For me, I sat on the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board back in 2003, 2004. And I always called myself on that board the rubber stamp board, because any allocations had already been made and set forth by that council, which meant I was there merely to just approve it. And I think the Lodgers felt the same way. When I hear advisory, I hear giving advice. I don't hear a direct authorization to spend. And that lies within the legislative body. I will say that I do task this upon staff for any monies that were expended, that some way, some shape, some form, a halt should have been put to it if it was inappropriate. And not saying that it was or it wasn't, because as we went through the budget process, we heard the mayor and the manager both have expenditure limits that they can exert on themselves. Now, some of that is tied to professional services. Where this falls, I don't know. I'll leave that on Floyd. I wasn't a part of the discussion. I wasn't here for the meeting where Councilman Peralta, suggested the amount of allocation. I will say that I will back the Cesar Chavez event 100%, especially because of the fact that all you have to do is Google Cesar Chavez events and see that it resonates from West Coast to East Coast. It doesn't matter what side of the realm you're on. I saw one budget in El Paso, Texas, surpass $350,000 for a Cesar Chavez event one day. But the difference is that I do believe we have to do it right. We have to do it appropriately. Now, whether or not you sit on the board that advises, because that's really merely what it is. It's an advisory. I don't think it has any bearing on whether or not the event should be successful or not. But for me, I think it needs to be clearly defined by this council, by this mayor, and by this administration what the ground rules are for council involvement. I just got appointed to a tree board. And what that entails, I'm not sure. But I would venture to say that in my capacity, both professionally as Kit Carson Electric and where it crosses ties with the town of Taos, I would never put either one in jeopardy of one another. So for me, saying that if there was a monetary decision that had to come from Kit Carson Electric that was impacted by the town of Taos, I would abstain from that vote. And really because of the fact that the two just should never cross paths, private and personal. So I would ask, Counselor, that you maybe consider doing the same in the same capacity, that it's one thing to sit on the advisement capacity and really kind of dictate to council what the views of the community are, because that's what it is. It's a committee. But at the same point, anything that you have to take a direct action on your behalf as an elected, that's where I too have some questions with regards to gray area. And I'm not saying it was right or it was wrong, but I just think that this administration has done very little to establish those ground rules, and really to utilize stipulations of Open Meetings Act versus what's laid out in statute. I have a really hard time sitting behind this desk and allowing my fellow councilors, the mayor, the manager, the attorney, to pick and choose where those are used. Because up to this point, I'll be honest, that's what's been happening. So I ask that this council, and we all agreed on our last retreat, that we would engage professionally from here on out. And that includes statutes and ordinances. Not being hijacked in meetings. And the past is the past. Not using statutes where they benefit you. So, moving forward, I would ask that if we do anything from here on out, that we do it and we do it right. Because I've never sat in an administration of government, and be it, this is my first term, but I've watched my mom sit in previous administrations. And what I've seen in the last couple of years of argumentation here, I've never seen amongst any other council. And I think it's extremely unprofessional, and it's unbecoming of an open meeting. What defines an open meeting? What happens in the place of the public? So again, Mr. Mayor, I really don't have any more input to provide because I wasn't a part of the decision. But I will say, as an elected, I would task that upon staff to vet whether or not it was legal, illegal, or whether it could be done.
Thank you, Councillor. And again, I don't think anybody's against this celebration of Cesar Chavez. I don't think anybody is. I don't hear anybody saying that. I think what I hear is they're opposed maybe to the amount of money that's being spent and possibly the yard sale. But as far as the Cesar Chavez, I think we just need to figure out a number that we can live with, a number that we can possibly allocate within our budget. I don't know. I don't see our finance here at the point. And so what, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to continue this item pending legal's opinion to be delivered to us at our next town council meeting. And I would like for the committee, the Cesar Chavez committee, to actually make a formal presentation with a drastically reduced budget. I'm going to suggest $6,000. So that's my motion. We don't have to, by the way, let me add on there, the $6,000 is negotiable, but I just want the committee to know, okay, we have very limited funds. We don't have $36,000. So, it's just meant to serve as an example. So that's my motion. Should I repeat it?
We have a motion on the floor.
Repeat that for me, Fritz.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. I'd like to move to continue this item to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be May 26th, and to obtain from attorney his legal guidance regarding this whole issue at that time. I would like for the Cesar Chavez committee to be here to make their presentation, and I think this is a wonderful start, but let me stick to the motion. Try and tone down the expenditures requested in a big way. I don't see how we can afford more than Actually, we can't even afford $6,000. But I'm willing to fight for that if it's not in the budget. But I'm willing to fight for that. So that's an interesting commitment. That's my motion.
Pending legal guidance of the statute that's before us, is that what you're asking?
And just the whole conversation. I think Floyd is probably just getting up to speed on this whole thing, so he may want to reference other resources. I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure there's more out there than just this. But I don't know that either. But I need his guidance. And I think Councilwoman Cantu needs his guidance as to what she can and can't do. So, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Well, you're down there, so you can discuss. Yes. You have any further?
I'll wait. Floyd is welcome to look this up. It's a New Mexico state statute. Floyd, I would like to hear if there's no conflict of interest for me to be sitting as the chair of the Special Events Committee, because I am not benefiting from this whatsoever in any way, shape, or form, and spending my own money on it. Let me know, please.
Counselor, you have travel expenses. Will somebody be traveling to certain places, or?
It would be the theatro company coming from places to come and put on the theater.
Okay, because it says part of advertising and promoting, like somebody was going to go out to other communities and do the advertising and promoting.
The plan was to do this as frugally as possible and send flyers out with everybody going in every direction to hang in every town into the state of New Mexico. Do social media, cell phone, try to do this the best bang for our buck, and the least expensive that we could. That's one of the things. And we'll look at this again and make adjustments. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I don't have a problem.
Appreciate it. We do have a motion and a second on the floor, so go ahead and call for the vote, honey.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Point of order. This is an example of what's going on now. So we have a councilwoman presenting an item, and I believe, Mr. Attorney, that with all due respect, Councilwoman, don't take this personally, but I think we need to set the example. A recusal is in order here.
I'm not benefiting from this in any way, shape, or form.
Well, this is just a vote, though, on continuance. So my point is that even in this, you can't really participate. But I'm not an attorney.
Well, I will recuse myself. And
that solves the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and move on. Floyd, you had something to add?
I was just requested if Councilmember Cantu could provide us with the materials that she's handed to the council, so it would help me if I could have everything that was handed up.
What's next?
I can provide the attorney with my copies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I would just say as a good rule of procedure from here forward that anytime anybody presents anything to the council, it's a good idea to hand a copy to the clerk so she'll have it as part of the minutes when we go forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can do that.
You want to take a 5-minute break? Please. We have a motion for a 5-minute break.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Second. Call for the vote.
And that's it? That's all you got.
Yes. Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Han?
You give me
Say yes.
Yes.
So what do we need to do? I have no.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bellis.
What are you pointing to the three here?
So you all have in front of you my report, correct?
Just a second.
Yeah, just a moment, I will.
All right.
Oh, yes, I have read it, yes.
We put it up there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mr. Attorney, can you click on and open the marketing report attachment? Thank you.
I'll share them if you want. Did you already get some?
Okay, so over the last few weeks since the last council meeting, I attended the Governor's Conference on Hospitality in Santa Fe and made some great statewide contacts and learned a lot from the workshop. So it was a wonderful, wonderful thing for me to attend. Learned all about the New Mexico True and what that means, and got to know who's who in tourism here in the state. And then the very next day after the conference, I manned the booth at the Santa Fe Chamber's Tourism Day event, which was a very wonderful thing as well because the town of Taos has never purchased a booth. And so they were very excited, and we reminded them that we're here. So I was telling them all about our upcoming events this summer, and they really need to come. So it was a reminder to them. Over 1,200 people attended. I wrote copy for and placed an ad in the Mother's Day Music Fest program. I finalized the town of Taos budgets for marketing in the visitor center. I attended a visitor center staff meeting, which was really good because Michelle and I over there did role playing with the staff. We acted like the nice visitor, the disrespectful visitor, and told them what they did right, what they did wrong. I'm very impressed with those ladies over there. I think they do an outstanding job. But it was good to have a refresher meeting. We did that one morning before we opened the doors to the visitors. We also discussed upcoming summer activities and events so everyone was aware and on the same page. I met with Dawn with Solar Fest, and I'll be sending out a press release to all the travel, entertainment, and green reporters around New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, and Arizona. I reviewed all of the Taos photos on file at the Taos News, as well as they were very generous to let me do that, and took a copy of all those that they owned outright, and ones purchased through Griffin and Associates. We are lacking in some photo areas, I'm finding, so I believe that I will be wanting to purchase some more photos. We do have some great photos, but we don't have the variety I feel we need. I attended the Fall Arts meeting. I attended the LTAB meeting and gave a budget report. I attended an LTAB marketing committee and gave a marketing report. I attended a meeting with Councilwoman Cantu to discuss ideas for Cesar Chavez and yard sale event. I attended a town council budget meeting and gave the report. I attended a meeting with Cindy Sprague to discuss downtown marketing, and I facilitated accommodations and activities for 2 travel writers coming to town. They write for the Huffington Post and several other publications around the country. They are coming to town, as a matter of fact, tonight. So I'll be attending a media fam and taking them everywhere over the next few days. And I attended a meeting to review the marketing RFPs. And I put that I did this already, but I didn't. I'm working on putting together a list of questions that we will be asking the firms at their interviews and then be sending it around to everybody on that committee for their input. And I'm working on the comprehensive marketing and tourism plan for this fiscal year. I need a graphic designer to make this plan look appealing, and so I reviewed several local graphic designers' portfolios, and I have selected one. I'm meeting with her, Phil Design Associates, on May 15th to discuss the design of the plan and how I want it to look. So I expect the plan to be ready by the end of May at the latest, if she's fast-paced like me. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. What organization was Cindy Sprague?
She represents just downtown.
Downtown?
Downtown Taos.
herself?
Everybody wants to meet with me, Councilwoman. I mean, everybody has their different marketing ideas, and so I'm taking it all in, and it's been very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Roberts, thank you for your efforts. The big issue before you arrived was anticipating 3 to 6 months out the need. So I'm presuming that Griffin and Associates currently is finishing up the summer campaign as it's within that 3-month window. John, please confirm if necessary. And perhaps starting the fall campaign. My question to you is, where are you at considering that 3 to 6 month lead window that you need to properly promote the town?
I think I'm where I need to be. I'm well aware of everything going on, and I've just let Griffin and Associates take the lead and do what they're doing. And I'm going to be starting to send out my own press releases and my own, doing my own ads and all that kind of stuff. So I think I'm well educated now about what's going on in the community and when.
It does take a while.
Yes.
Like decades. Maybe lifetimes. But that's flippant, I apologize. So I guess my concern is that, and again, forgive my ignorance, perhaps you'll have to straighten me out on this, but from my perspective, right now you should be working on the fall campaign. Are we on the same page there? Am I about right with
Actually, because her contract is up the end of June. Right. So I'm looking at everything past June 30th. I mean, as far as marketing.
So the rest of the summer and then...
Correct.
With particular import on the fall. Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that Griffith and Associates has probably expended all the money for this fiscal year, and you'll be waiting till next fiscal year to have some money to spend. Is that correct?
That is correct. What I'm going to be doing here real soon is, in the interim of this designer finishing my plan for me, I'm going to start sending out press releases. I have several other ideas that I think are very creative, that even aside from our events, because like I said before, I think we have some very unique and different things in this community. So I have thought, didn't get any sleep last night. I kept waking up thinking of another idea. I mean, I have all these press release ideas, and I'm going to be starting to send those out here real soon.
And we get to see some of those?
I will send them to all of the council, you, Mayor, and Mr. Bellis before they go out.
Thank you.
Appreciate for your input.
Okay. Council, anything else? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. French, water and wastewater status update.
Good evening.
Don't say you don't know what you're going to do with the water, because I'm just teasing.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Rick and I talked about this a little bit. However, we didn't get into any kind of detail. So basically, we decided to just do a basic overview of what's been happening in the water and wastewater divisions since they came under Public Works 2.5 years ago. So with that, I would like to hand this little chart up.
Thanks, Rich. All right.
So, Mr. Mayor, basically what I handed out there is an outline of the jobs that we are proposing to engage in with the Water Trust Board money, which is about $1.9 million. We actually started working on that. Yesterday we broke ground on the Weimar Foothills water installation. So that's the first task that you'll see on that first sheet there. However, if I may, I'd like to drop back to give the council an idea as to what it actually took to get to that point. Council Member Hahn is a little familiar with this, but I met with Daniel B. Stevens. They are the hydrologists for the town of Taos, and I met with them in September of 2013 so that I could get caught up with what it is they were doing as far as the hydrological studies and the Abeta settlement, and there's several other things that were included in that contract that I inherited. Shortly thereafter, I met with Sauter Miller and Associates. Again, they are the engineer of record for this large water project, and basically that's this document right here, and this is a 2007 document. So after meeting with the two companies, it was very clear that we needed to have Daniel B. Stevens prepare a preliminary engineering report and a conservation plan before we move forward with any water project, because we were restricted by the guidelines that were set forth in the Abeta settlement. So just as of March 25th, 2015, the water conservation plan had been submitted to the state and approved, which allows us to move forward with, again, any water project that we engage in, and we are compliant with the Abeta settlement. That also released or freed up Sauter Miller and Associates to go ahead and start designing certain things. And again, if you take a look at this list and you go down to tasks 3, 5, 6, and the water and sewer master plan, which doesn't have a number, it's on this deal. Those are the projects that we could not move forward on until the state approved the work that Daniel B. Stevens had done. So basically what we did was we put together the two engineering firms, or one engineering firm, the hydrologist, and several agencies at the state level before we could pull out one shovel of dirt on any project. So if we come to today, in that time, we got the Weimar Foothills water project underway. We got it completely designed, bid out, and as I mentioned earlier, that project started yesterday. We had a pre-construction conference with the contractor and the engineer. We also had a neighborhood association meeting on Saturday in the Alcalde room, where we went over the entire project with the residents that did show up. And we will continue to move forward with this plan that I just laid out in front of you. Again, this has been approved and adopted by the state. It falls in line with the funding that was allocated by the Water Trust Board. So to date, everything is legit, and we're above board with any requirements that they have asked us to abide by. In the water conservation plan, there's 5 items that were talked about, and again, Councilmember Hahn was somewhat involved with this at the onset, where we talked about water efficiency with the fixtures and appliances, to include the toilets, urinals, shower heads, and facilities. Now that's a program that we will be putting together to distribute to the customers of the town of Taos. And again, that's part of the plan. Whether or not they do it, we don't have no say in that. However, it's part of the conservation plan and the initiative that we will be engaging in. We will be talking about low water use for landscaping and efficient irrigation. Again, this is something that Councilmember Hahn brought to the table, so that we could start providing, Councilmember Hahn and Peralta, so that we could start providing irrigation meters and charging the customers for the water that they're actually using versus using for irrigation, because it's not going into the, now it won't be metered and going back into the sewer system, and it's billing for more than what they're actually using for consumption. A distribution system leak repair, dissemination of information regarding water use measures, including public education programs and demonstrations of water savings, and a water rate structure designed to encourage water use efficiency. And that probably might mean going back into the rate structure that the town of Taos currently uses and revising it to include the landscape meters and credits for people that come in and put water efficient fixtures, the low flow toilets and things of that nature. And again, that has been approved by the state, and I've got the letter right here that says we're totally compliant with that and we're ready to go. The next step to that would be to actually start releasing the work to the engineer so that we can start to design some of these things and get them out into the public's hands and into our operators' work plan as well. So here, and I'll be more than happy to share these documents with you, but this is the 40-year water development and conservation plan that was again submitted, and we looked through that probably about 3 or 4 times. We went through revisions and stuff. It is still in draft form because I do need to bring it back to the mayor and council for approval. The other approval that it needs to get is from legal counsel to make sure that, again, we're in line with what is outlined in the Abeta settlement. So
French, is that something that's time sensitive, or?
It's at this point, Mr. Mayor, it is not. However, I would like to get it done within the next couple of months so that we can submit it, and when the next round of Water Trust Board funding comes around, we have all of our ducks in a row, and everybody, all the different departments within the town of Taos have approved it and given the green light for us to proceed with it, and we're not behind with submitting applications for these projects. At present, the engineer of record, Sauter Miller, is working under a totally new contract. We did let out an RFP for these services. We did hold the reading out loud, and we were in the process of assembling a committee to review the RFPs that we received. However, there was only one submission, and it was from Sauter Miller and Associates. And this is recent. This is January of 2013. And I didn't have a whole lot of time to break that budget down for you. However, I am working on that, and I will be more than happy to provide that to you, so that you can see how the numbers are coming out, the percents to budget as they relate to the engineering. So the numbers that I provided with you in this chart That includes engineering and construction. So we do use a scale to determine or to evaluate engineering proposals. When you're working with projects that have to deal with water and wastewater, that economy of scale goes up simply because of all of the approvals that we need from the different agencies. So, and again, I'll be more than happy to do a comparison for the council as it relates from a civil project to a utility project, because it's two totally different animals. So, I apologize. I didn't have a whole lot of time to work on that, but I am in the process of getting it complete. And with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'll try and address any questions that you may have, if any.
French.
Yes.
How long do the project that is underway right now? We have a kind of it says 9/7. Is that still good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's. I believe, Mr. Mayor, that project was 6,000 feet of 6-inch line and 4,000 feet of 8-inch line, pressure reducing valves, and 65 water connections. However, we don't know how many residents are going to connect because they've already got their water wells in place. But the project will stabilize some of the pressure zones that are a little erratic on that part of town, and it'll also provide for fire suppression that is much needed by our fire department. So while we might not get the connections that we would hope for, we will be accomplishing other important tasks, again, like stabilizing the zones up in that area.
French, do you have a contract number on that? What the contract number is on that project?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Cantu, for engineering or for construction?
Engineering.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'll be more than happy to provide that to you.
Okay.
Yes.
And I know you recently had a meeting in that neighborhood. Was it well attended?
Mr. Mayor, we had the meeting on Saturday, and there were there were 8 residents that attended the meeting. Okay. And this is the sign-in sheet right here.
Okay. All right. And we did notify people that there's going to be some construction on the streets and stuff like that. So.
Yes, we did, Mr. Mayor. Our contact up there is Casey Leopold, and she is the representative for the neighborhood association. So what we do is she and I and the engineers communicate by way of email, and she distributes with her list or whatever it is. So, in addition to that, I've met with 3 of the property owners at their request to go over in detail what the plan entails and to identify where they might want their water service.
Mr. Mayor, also that Foothills Neighborhood Association, I get their emails as well too, living in the area, and they are pretty actively engaged. They have they stay pretty on top of it. I get an email probably once or twice a week that just kind of updates and really encourages the property owners that are going to be affected by this, and really stressing that in no way, shape, or form do they have to take city water services right now, but to at the very least be engaged with where the drop would be, so the stub out. So yes. They are pretty actively engaged, and they're probably one of the more better formed groups that stays active in it. I know they've reached out to French and myself several times. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the second sheet to what I passed out is our proposal for the next round of funding, which will be in 2016. And again, that outline that we came up with follows this 2007 document, which is a good document, I guess.
Well, that's our triaged worst first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any questions from council? Sorry.
I'm over here waving.
Reading away. I'm reading away.
He's lost in thought. Mr. French, I want to thank you and Miranda bunches. This is great. So the first part of this project is basically a $2 million project, and the Water Trust Board grant is at 1.7, and we're going to have to kick in another 200, roughly. I'm rounding. And then the second part is $2.3 million in total, with 1.7 coming from the Water Trust Board, and then a loan to the town for 189. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 189. Is that right?
Yes.
Rick? Okay. And then we have to have a cash match of 474. I guess my question is, will we be on target to qualify for that board loan and the estimated cash match totaling almost $700,000?
Yes.
Yes, the answer was yes. Okay. And so in total then, $4.2 million in total water repairs, $3.6 coming from the Water Trust Board, and roughly $750,000 coming from the town. And we're on schedule to meet those demands as they come up. And then, so French, when I talk with citizens who are really irate about their high water bills, when can I tell them that Public Works staff will be launching low-flow equipment and water irrigation systems? Or do we even know, and should I just tell them, look, I'll keep you posted?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hahn, I would prefer that you keep them posted.
Okay. That's what I'll do.
One thing I do want to mention is that this list isn't in any type of priority or order of priority. I had a brief discussion with Rick the other day where we went and we had a plan to rehabilitate one of the water storage facilities, and that's the one that sits right out here behind Bedford. There was a water leak on that that hadn't been addressed in probably 4 years. So when the utilities department came under Public Works, that's one of the first things that we looked at, because the importance of having a water storage facility in the downtown area is pretty high, not only for human consumption but for firefighting. And right now that tank does not have any water. And what has happened is the tank has, because of the water leak being ignored, it has actually settled. We've gone and done core sampling of the soil down there. We've talked to shoring companies out of Farmington and out of Denver to see if we can salvage that. And their assessment based on the soils report, they don't even want to touch it. So chances are the tank has to be dismantled and a new one erected, with all of the muck being removed and engaging in an over excavation and bringing in engineered fill to accept a new tank and the additional weight from the water. So it's been over a decade that there have been any major improvements done to the water system. And while the dollars that are outlined in this report seem very inflated, they are needed if we want to continue to be a water provider to the citizens. There's no way around it. I don't know what else I can tell you. There's this task number 6 of a well house 9. Basically, what we're going to go do there is build a new well house and provide a generator for backup. However, the water well that was drilled 6 or 7 years ago has been in litigation since that time, and it's not functioning well, or it's not functioning at all. But the well driller that drilled the well sold his company to another company, and obviously they didn't purchase the liability with that. So that's something that I know Floyd has looked at briefly to see how we can get around that. So there are some issues that we will address, the major components with this scope of work that I provided you with this evening. As I mentioned earlier, the report from Daniel B. Stevens in their 40-year plan, they did some extensive research on the condition of our water wells and the quality of water. One thing that we are going to have to do is put in an arsenic treatment plant to remove the arsenic from the water that is coming from the well field down at the San Juan Chama Basin. And with that, it's major construction down at the water treatment plant so that we can address that issue. One of the things we're looking at that is not part of any of this documentation or this report that I handed out to you is we're looking at the feasibility of constructing a solar array down at the plant so that we can offset some of the energy costs for the water system and the arsenic removal, as well as offset the energy cost for the wastewater treatment facility. So if all goes well, maybe in the next 5 years we can see that taking place and getting some credits back, or at least covering our energy costs as they exist today. So there's a lot of moving parts to this water system, and it does take a little while. We need approval from several agencies throughout the state, and I don't know if any of you have attended a meeting with me where you're trying to coordinate 3 different agencies and 2 different engineering firms and have them come to a consensus as to what it is we're doing, but it is a difficult task.
I'd be interested in attending one of those, French.
By all means, I'll invite you.
If you think of it, or Miranda, just let me know, and
yeah.
I'll be good. I'll be quiet. He doesn't believe it.
Okay.
So French, this is just addresses water, not wastewater, correct?
Right.
The installation. I know. We want to be prudent and try to. I want to say, we have a lot of septic tanks or leach fields or whatever in certain parts of the community, and we supply them with water, but where does the wastewater, is that going to be an issue so that one person's property isn't one person isn't drinking the other person's wastewater? I want to say it's probably not the best way to put it, but we want to make sure that there's not cross contamination in different areas,
Right. Mr. Mayor, during the process of preparing this document and going through all the way back to 2007, and in some cases all the way back to 96, we do have the engineered drawings that were done. As best as I can tell, they were done somewhere around 2000 for the Weimar area, and I believe that's where there's been traces of high nitrates in their water wells. So once we get around to determining what that budget is and actually budgeting for engineering services to bid and manage the project once it is bid, we'll do that. I didn't do that in this year's budget, so I'm anticipating for it to be in next year's budget, so that we can get some of the water issues addressed before we create other issues with, whatever.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you. There was a substantial amount of money that was spent down at the wastewater plant. I think it was in the neighborhood of like $9 or $10 million. So we figured we'd try and address some of those issues in the water system.
Thank you. Anything else from council?
I have a question, but I'm not sure who to address it to, French or the manager. As far as the bids go, how is the committee selected for reviewing the bids? Is that...
Are you, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Contour, are you referring to an RFP for engineering or a bid for construction?
Both. I'm just looking here at the preliminary schedule, and it has these dates, bid, July, I'm just curious how the committees are chosen to review any of the bids.
Well, when it's a bid for construction, we generally go with the low bid.
But who sits on the committee? Who reviews them?
It would be the procurement officer.
Okay.
Because again, it's a qualified based bid that is bid out per unit, and it includes things like mobilization, traffic control, utility relocations, soil sampling and testing. So it's a per unit cost, and whatever the dollar amount is on the bottom, we usually award it to the low bid.
Okay. I was just wondering how that's structured. How that was structured. So.
Right. And then for an RFP, it depends on what type of engineering services we're going out for. But normally we try to have a professional on either the architectural or engineering side. Mm-hmm. We try to have a professional in the field that we are working in. I've asked several times if any one of the council would be interested in sitting in on one of those. Sometimes they have, sometimes they haven't, but I think I was told that we couldn't do that.
Right.
So we haven't done that. And we've had realtors and architects sit in on those panels.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if it's a large project, what we'll ask is that they do a presentation for the panel, if not the mayor and council. If it's a complex project and we feel like it's going to be somewhat controversial, we will have a presentation done. That way all parties involved can score them and determine who is the best fit for the project. We've done that probably twice for the engineering services over at the landfill.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, as council knows, we've tried to move more toward having broader boards that have participation on RFPs, particularly those people in the community that are affected by them. We've done that for events and marketing and a number of them. The difficulty, and we have the same problem at the county that you have with engineering and roads, is we're such a small community and there's such a limited number of people that almost everybody in the community is somehow involved in responding to the projects. So, and you don't have a lot of engineers or architects in the community here. Sometimes we can invite a state official, but it's tough to get DOT people to match up with the schedule. So most of them, as French has indicated, tend to be that the sealed bids go to the procurement officer logs them in, and then she does the opening with somebody from Public Works at the opening. She'll discount any of the bids that don't meet the minimum qualifications or incomplete. Then she'll score them against the criteria, and then the department heads can accept or reject or ask questions for more information. Perhaps there's not enough detail on a section. Now, if you get one bidder, you can either rebid it or you can negotiate that bid, particularly where, if we've gone out 3 times, if particularly where the bidder is significantly higher than what we anticipate paying, like Placita and Civic Plaza Drive were. Or the contractors, as was the case with the airport, have different responses to the same question and how they would handle it. And then we need to clarify that with them so we can enter into a negotiation. And until that negotiation is complete, nobody but the people that were involved in the opening and the scoring of those bids are allowed to discuss them or know what's involved in them. And as a result of the small number of contractors, pavers, I mean, Mr. Perovich owns the only paving plant in the region. We tend to have very limited responses. We get 1, 2 respondents, and we've tried to send them out to a broader range, down to Albuquerque, all over the state. The difficulty in that is that, unlike marketing or auditors, financial consultants, one of the biggest costs to construction is mobilization. So the mere having to pay to drag all their crews, house their crews, and bring the equipment up here, unless I would apply it to what was said about water when you're looking at somebody on design. Unless you can package a whole lot of projects together to make it worth their while to come up here and do 5, 6 roads at a time, or 10, 15 miles of roadway and curbing and gutter, they're either not going to respond or they come in uncompetitive. They're going to ask for a huge additional amount over the design projection. But we do have a problem that our design estimates for what we think the bids are going to cost have been coming in consistently well below what we're getting quotes for. And we either have to go about getting more realistic design estimates, or we're going to have to find a way to enlarge the number of people that are going to bid. The enlarging part is difficult right now because while we were limited to begin with in the number of contractors that were here, with the way the economy has gone, that number has gotten even fewer. A number of the road companies have actually consolidated, and so there's just so many people out there, and it's kind of like gasoline in the 1990s. You know, they know that they've got the market. We did very well on the airport in that one of our local contractors came in substantially below what we anticipated. But it tends to be the smaller the project is, like Merced, where you're doing 1/3 of a road. It seems those are the ones, the smaller it is, the more they're coming in above what we anticipate the actual cost could be. Because when we go through the book standards and we estimate the cost per yard or mile, that's averaged out over all projects, not over I'm doing 100 foot of pavement. So the smaller the job, the per unit cost tends to go up on it too. But we are looking at that and trying to find ways to be more competitive in our pricing, but also get a larger review committee that can give us qualified information, because it doesn't do us any good to put people on the committee if they don't know how to read the spec packages. And unless you've got some real highway design or architectural or engineering background, it's typically pretty confusing how the responses come back.
Mr. Mayor, Council, in addition to what Rick said, we do negotiate price for construction as well as engineering. I'll give you an example. When the RFP came in for the airport, we negotiated that thing down like $231,000. So we don't take it at face value that that's the dollar amount that they that the dollar amount they're asking for is what they're going to get. On Del Norte Lane, we negotiated with the contractor down $46,000. The engineering fee of that construction project was right at about 5.4%. Industry standard is anywhere from 8 to 10. So we do that with every engineer and with every contractor. And if we're successful, more power to us, and if we're not, well, we do something different. But
thank you.
French, if at our next meeting you could kind of give a similar rundown to us on wastewater. I mean, you did. I think you gave us a really good breakout on what our construction funds were for roads and what our priorities are for this summer. And now we've done water, so it's kind of the last feather in your cap.
Okay.
Anything else from Council?
No more.
Anything else, French?
No, Mr. Mayor. I think that's it, unless you guys have any other questions. And again, I'll be more than happy to go through any of these documents with you guys or try and dissect them as best I can to. With every task that does happen in the water project over the next 12 months, I will be bringing them back to the council for approval, which is what we did with the Weimer water line. It did come back for approval. So.
Okay. Thank you.
French, thank you.
Thank you.
It's a lot of hard work. And Miranda, staff, thank you.
So we have item I, other matters. We also have 9, 10, 11. Just briefly go through these. I know that I have another appointment at 7 o'clock. I don't know what the other council is feeling, but is there anything under these matters that we need to discuss? Rick, under town managers, anything that has to be discussed?
Nothing that we won't be discussing in executive.
Okay. Council?
I do have a little something I want to say after the discussion we had earlier and after the article that the Taos News put in the paper about me last week, which was totally untrue. The $36,000 budget that we spoke about here, that was a budget that I gave because I didn't know how to fill it in. This is something I gave to the town manager, and he filled the numbers in. And I thought it was great. This is my first time at putting something like this together. It's something to be discussed, but I didn't fill the numbers in. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And Councilwoman, I do want to clarify that too, that you gave me some categories. I went through typically what an event budget for that size looks like. And I think it's realistic for a 10,000 person audience, which is what we're trying to reach for the geographic area that we talked about. I think the thing that may have been missed, and I mentioned it to you, is that if we can form a committee or get a sponsoring organization, most of these events, Mother's Day, when you were there, you'll notice the banners, Kit Carson, everyone all the way around. The marketing tends to be almost free or at least half off to those groups because they trade sponsorships, they do radio interviews with the entertainers, and there are other groups. And so probably half of that money can be found through sponsorships, donations, vendors that participate. So it isn't that the whole $36,000 is would be asked for from the town. If we looked at Mother's Day event, it's probably $100,000, or Solarfest, I know this year is $400,000. They don't ask us for that. They just ask for help in getting the event done. So I didn't want to leave you hanging out there with that figure because it did come from me, you're right. And in regards to the thing in the newspaper, there couldn't have been a vote that day when you made your presentation because unless business is on the agenda in advance, the 72-hour notice, it can't be acted on. So I don't think the council did anything improper. I advised you that there was money in the community advertising fund for town events, for community events, and that as long as council had agreed that this was a community event, to the best of my knowledge, that's all that was charged was marketing expenses, and that's an eligible cost for that budget, and you did not use the whole $5,000 either.
Yeah, well, what the newspaper really was getting at was that I had signed a document and it wasn't authorized to sign it, and it wasn't my signature. And I'd go as far as, if that's how they believe, I'd like a handwriting expert to prove otherwise. So I didn't appreciate that from them at all. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify some things. So.
Thank you, Councillor. So with that said, we have a motion to go into executive session. We have two items, one under 10.15.1H2 and one under 10.15.1H5. We have a motion to go into executive
session. So move.
Second. Discussion. Not called for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hunt?
Yes.
My final step, I'm sending you the rain.
Okay, so
we have a motion to come back into regular session out of executive session.
So move.
We have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez, you want to give us a report of what happened in executive session?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we went into executive session to discuss a personnel matter under Section 10.15.1H2 of the Open Meetings Act and a collective bargaining matter under Section 10.15.1H5 of the Open Meetings Act. No other matters were discussed and no action was taken.
We have a motion to accept the town attorney's report.
Yes.
So moved. We have a second. And a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Yep.